Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday, the 20th of November, here in the wonderful land of Oz, wherever you are joining us from. Can I just say the future is bright and it's good to have you. Today, we're going to be looking at some interesting world events. So, strap yourself in for some global politique. That's right. Now, I'm just having a look at something here that's popping up on my end in terms of what I can see from Twitch world. And looks like Jag has gone on a shopping spree over there and gifted a total of 12 subs in the channel. My God, what an epic time Jag has been having. So thank you very much, by the way, for providing all of those subs to a whole bunch of different people, I guess, that have been coming in and out on the Twitch or in the Twitch universe. So massive thank you there, Jag. Do appreciate it. I'm still getting across all of the terminology and what all this stuff does, but I know it helps people watch things ad-free, which is a bonus out of the clutches of capital, and it supports the cause financially. It supports me being able to make all of this content, do all this type of stuff, continue with the movement, start the revolution, etc., etc. So big thanks for that. Really appreciate it. So yeah, like I said, today we're going to be getting into some global politics. You may or may not have heard the news, but like outside of the absolutely important stuff, like Trump being, pressured by the fact that everybody has voted now to release the Epstein files, like that is some type of controversial thing that needs, unanimous support, really. Hello, why wouldn't you vote to release those files so the public can get access to what's really been going on behind the scenes there? It just makes sense, I guess, if you're a normal person. But outside of all of that drama, the UN has recently passed a resolution backing the Gaza ceasefire phase number 2. Hey? Yeah, what are the odds they actually release anything that incriminates him? Fat chance. That's my prediction. Someone was asking my opinion on this the other day, and I just said to them, like, look, if you think the government shutdown was about a government shutdown, then let me just tell you, it was not. It was not really a government shutdown at all. It was buying time. Trump had already given, as soon as he came in, he'd already given Pam Bondi, I believe, and Kash Patel clear instructions that they were to go through and redact any of the Epstein-related files and ensure his name doesn't come out on any of that stuff, which is pretty outrageous stuff, but, not that outrageous given the context of how the ins and outs of the executive arm of governance really works. But controversial to us plebs nonetheless, that people would use their power and influence in such a corrupt fashion. Anyway, what's happened is they've understood, this is my take on it, they know that the files have got to come out. They just were buying some time. And Kash Patel's turned around to Trump and said, look, I need another 5 weeks. All right. If you want me to do this thoroughly, we need to make sure we have time to go through and destroy the files and redact the files as necessary. How much you need? Here's 5 weeks. So they had a government shutdown, and now they're opening up. They've opened up the government. Then everybody has, unanimously decided to release this, almost unanimously. I think completely in the House, though, in the lower house, they just said, yep, let's release it. I think they just had time to get rid of Trump's name and warp it as well to make it look like Epstein only ever associated himself with Democrats too. So it's going to come up rosy, I would say, for Trump. There won't be anything really left that properly incriminates him. Like little bits here and there, you'd be like, ha, see, he went to your wedding. And you're just like, yeah, well, people go to people's weddings all the time. So there would just be enough in there to sow the seeds of doubt. I think it was one no, and 10 yes votes, 10 no votes. I'm not sure. Um, but I think yeah, it passed through the House fine, just not the Senate. I think dilemma's in the House, but I thought there wasn't files, Daddy Trump. Why are you talking about Epstein? Trump would be into domination. I bet Melania has a cracking wardrobe of leather and whips. I want to know why only one guy voted against it. You really don't want to be the one person who opposes it. Yeah, I know, right? Like, who's that guy? Who's that guy, honestly? Or maybe that guy knows something that we all don't. It's like, no, I don't want to release these files. I want to release the real files. Oh, yeah. So, anyway, apart from that amazingly gripping news, other stuff has been happening around the world. And again, I've invested my time kind of in the Epstein stuff, but like all of this shenanigans between the politicians is all bullshit, and it is the show that they put on for us plebs. So I'm more worried about the details, the salacious details that you can get about Epstein and his incredible network throughout the bourgeoisie. That's what I'm the most interested in. How the bourgeoisie actually operates. What do they do? How do they survive? What do they think is acceptable conduct? How do they rule over the economy? That's the type of stuff that you can learn from the Epstein files. Not, all right, let's bring down Trump with this one. Like, that's just all it's just all the nonsense, the general culture wars of politics. And that's the narrative that they get to control. So let's not buy too much into that part of the narrative anyway, because they definitely control it. Sorry, in the House, it was 427 in favor, one opposed. 5 did not vote. Senate was unanimous. Oh, okay. God damn, the Senate was unanimous. Oh my God. 427 in favor, one opposed, 5 abstentions. So good. I don't know, man. 427 to 1. That's mental, isn't it? That's interesting. The Senate was unanimous. It's interesting. So yeah, Trump's given the okay for this one. Hey, it's all right, everybody. Release the files. We're done with them anyway. Let the plebs find out what's really going on there. So anyway, apart from all that drama, as we're all across, I'm sure anyway, like I said, the UN met yesterday, I believe, maybe. Yeah, yesterday, depending on where you're tuning in, I guess. The UN Security Council passed a resolution to bring in phase 2 and support phase 2 of the US brokered, so Trump's ceasefire, Gaza ceasefire, or Gaza peace plan. I guess, yeah, it depends how you want to say it. The one opposed was a MAGA bro from Louisiana. What's going on there? I thought the MAGAs were all over this stuff. A MAGA bro from Louisiana. Interesting. Yeah, why? Yeah, I thought their supporter base would be all over that like a rash. Hey? They'd be looking for blood. It's very interesting. But yes, this has significant significance. This episode, I guess we would say, in global politics. Here we are, episode number whatever we're up to now, and this is significant for the in the sense that the first phase we've seen go on now for over a month, and there's been like over 200 Palestinians that have still been indiscriminately killed by the Israelis. So the Israelis aren't really taking it seriously. Now, while that is horrendous, don't get me wrong, that they're still indiscriminately killing people, maybe not on the scale as they were before, what I find particularly disturbing is their treatment of aid into the region. So there are a required number of aid trucks that need to get into Gaza on like a daily basis, basically. And it's something like in the order of like 600 aid vehicles need to get into Gaza in order to be effective in counteracting or mitigating the problems that have been caused since specifically October 7, and to relieve famine, relieve medical concerns and issues, relieve infrastructural issues, and winter's coming to quote some Game of Thrones. Anyway, they're letting in like 200, like a third of what is required. So what is more shocking is, like, on the on the edges, on the fringes, and where they are able to strike, they're taking out, again, indiscriminately killing Palestinians, which is, it's scary stuff. But like, it's kind of like they've opened the gates up and they're like, "Yeah, come back in." Like, they've flooded them back in to kind of finish them off almost, and like in grueling fashion, not just striking them out now, but like they're gonna just die, get picked off because they don't have access again to their medical requirements, infrastructure needs, food, assistance of all types that would be coming in through aid. And so Israel seems to be controlling that. So phase one of this ceasefire plan, Trump's deal, the peace plan, whatever you want to call it, hasn't gone off swimmingly, and Israel has shown that it will continue to do whatever the hell it wants. And like, it just seems largely more nefarious now. Like, they've encouraged people to come back in, and like now they're trapped in there again, and like they're not getting what they require. So that's phase one. And now, so the UN Security Council has voted to allow phase two to happen. Now, phase two, if you remember from our investigations of this at the time, I believe phase two was the one that involved setting up the peace board. So that's Trump, President Trump of the United States of America, not the United States of the world, but the United States of America, was going to be the president of the peace board and oversee kind of the security of Gaza. And he was going to have a whole bunch of basically security forces that were manned by soldiers from mainly Muslim countries. And he was commander in chief of that, if you remember. So that's phase two, and that's what they voted on. So, like, who the fuck knows how that's going to pan out? But let's have a look at that, shall we? Dilemma. It's quite the coincidence that right as the American aircraft carrier arrives at Venezuela, suddenly Epstein drama comes out to play. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting coincidences, isn't there? Lots of interesting coincidences. You're right. There's a lot of posturing going on, a lot of big things to talk about, not just like, because I think what pissed off the Trump administration before, when the Epstein stuff was going on, like, what, 3 months ago, was really hitting its peak, whereas that was just dominating everything. There wasn't much else to talk about. So shouldn't phase one include things like not shooting each other anymore? Call me radical, if you will. You are radical. How dare you? And like, shooting each other, really? I know, like, you're trying to be as neutral as possible there, or maybe not. I don't know. Actually, I'm going to put words in your mouth, but it does imply that these Israelis are getting shot at by the Palestinians. I don't even know if there really is good evidence for that. Like, one of the people that were taken out on the yellow line was like a family in a van, so a packed van full of Palestinian children, and like, and they just popped that one off. So like, I don't even know if they're getting shot at, but like, they are still using people for target practice, it would seem. The Israelis, that is. So anyway, let's have a quick introduction to what's happened over the last day or two. Yeah, I was trying to be generous. LOL. Fair enough. Yeah. Continue to be as neutral as possible. It does assist for the most part, but sometimes it's, you can't even help. You can't even help the situation. It's just too overt. I think the way that they just indiscriminately choose to kill around the edges, the yellow zone, as we have seen. Now, let's get a little bit of a background here before I keep rambling on.
With those in favor of the draft resolution, please raise their hand.
The United States wanted the UN Security Council to endorse Donald Trump's 20-point Gaza ceasefire agreement. And that is exactly what the U.S. got.
Today's resolution represents another significant step towards a stable Gaza that will be able to prosper and an environment that will allow Israel to live in security.
Trump made his feelings on the vote clear, saying, "Congratulations to the world on the incredible vote of the United Nations Security Council. This will go down as one of the biggest approvals in the history of the United Nations." Russia and China had reservations, but both decided to abstain and not veto it.
По сути, Совет дает благословение на американскую...
In essence,
You know what,
the
that's
Council is giving its
interesting.
blessing to a U.S. initiative on the basis of Washington's promises, giving complete control over the Gaza Strip to the Board of Peace and the ISF, the modalities of which we know nothing about so far.
So what exactly is in
It's like,
the
it's an interesting point, isn't it? Like, why do you abstain and then just not veto it? Like, why don't you just block it then if you're so worried about it? Like, I can't get that from the Russians and the Chinese. Like, they obviously have opposing views. Like, China, I know specifically, I'm pretty sure Russia has said stuff about it as well. I've heard Putin say things, but, you know, China specifically have called out for an end to the genocide. They've called it what it is, genocide. They've called for an end to it. America has never really acknowledged that. Now, if they don't think the peace plan has legs, in the sense that, you know, it's a bit of a sham, because like it completely just allows the Americans to call the shots on what happens in Gaza, basically relinquishing any sovereignty or right to self-determination that the people of Palestine have in that particular region or that particular area, then, you know, if you've got a problem with it, abstain. But I guess the optics don't look good. Like, they don't want to be the people that stopped the ceasefire or stopped peace in Gaza, I guess. But, like, you know, it is enormous just being like, yes, you can do whatever you want to do. US, you now control Gaza, and we will sanction the 20-point peace plan that allows you to do that. I wonder why they're doing it now. I'm going to ask my research assistant. Like, why didn't they vote on this like a month ago? Why is it only just coming to the UN now? This seems a bit odd, the timing of it, I must say. Not that there's anything conspiratorial. It just seems strange they didn't go here already. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? How could they be opposed to peace / ceasefire when there is no ceasefire? Yeah, but like, oh, right, I get it. That's like a philosophical question. How could you be opposed to something that doesn't exist? Yeah, I guess. Well, how do you abstain from something that doesn't exist? Actually, you probably can, right? Abstaining from something that doesn't exist happens all the time. It seems that the UN Security Council has just approved a resolution that supports Trump's 20-point peace plan for Gaza. Are you able to briefly explain why they are only looking at this peace plan now, something that was enacted over a month ago? Initial agreement versus UN mandate. Okay. Back in October, Israel and Hamas agreed to the first phase of Trump's 20-point peace plan, mainly ceasefire, hostage release deal. But the ceasefire deal doesn't automatically give a plan international legitimacy or a solid institutional framework. The UN resolution provides that legal and political backing. Resolution negotiation took time. The US only circulated its draft to the Security Council on the 3rd of November. Okay, interesting. There were nearly 2 weeks of intense negotiation of the text, with Arab states and Palestinians pushing for stronger language on Palestinian self-determination. That's from Euronews, if you're looking for sources. Never interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake. Russia learned not to mess around in the Middle East, and China watched Russia, and the US learnt that lesson. Interesting. Oh, so just like don't abstain, just let them let Trump become the president of the peace board for Gaza. Let them fuck around and find out. The resolution doesn't just rubber stamp the ceasefire, it authorizes a number of big institutional changes. A board of peace, a transitional government body chaired by Trump to oversee Gaza's reconstruction and governance. Like, this is it. Trump is the guy. You know how we were laughing about this? And like, he even put out that AI generated video of him with Gaza Lago. Like, this is it. This is the one. He's going to be looking after the reconstruction and governance of Gaza. Him and all of his billionaire buddies are going to send construction companies in there to like a site that's pretty much leveled. They just need to get the bulldozers in. They can start reconstructing, billions and billions of dollars of investment. An international stabilization force to deploy Gaza to manage security borders. A possible pathway to Palestinian statehood, but it's conditional on PA reforms and reconstruction progress. A 2-year mandate for both the board and the ISF until the end of 2027 under this resolution. Why countries wanted US legitimacy. Many Arab states had signed that without UN mandate, they wouldn't commit troops to stabilization force. Interesting. The UN, that's from News 24. The UN's backing gives the stabilization force and the governing board more political and legal legitimacy. Hamas strongly objects. They say the resolution imposes an international guardianship of Gaza. It's from The Guardian. Russia and China abstained rather than vetoing. They criticized the resolution for being vague, especially about the forces structure and the role of Gaza's local actors, says Al Jazeera. There's also disagreement over what pathway to statehood really means. The language is conditional, not a firm guarantee, says The Guardian. A little bit of context there for you.
Resolution now adopted. It backs the so-called Board of Peace with sweeping legal authority over Gaza governance, including reconstruction and security. The resolution also calls for an international stabilization force, notably not a UN peacekeeping force, to work in consultation with Israel and Egypt to demilitarize Gaza and train a Palestinian police force. The U.S. resolution had wide support from Arab and Muslim countries, including the Palestinian Authority. The mandate for the resolution is nearly 2 years. But the resolution makes Palestinian statehood conditional. It does not further define who will be on the Board of Peace and calls for minimal UN direct involvement. After the vote, Hamas released a statement that read in part, assigning the international force with tasks and roles inside the Gaza Strip, including disarming the resistance, strips it of its neutrality and turns it into a party to the conflict in favor of the occupation. Algeria's ambassador said the resolution has clear red lines.
Hey? Making it complicit to the occupation. This is a new occupying force. Now this time with internationally sanctioned legality. Hey? Algeria.
Algeria's ambassador said the resolution has clear red lines Israel cannot cross.
This resolution must be read in its entirety. It clearly affirms no annexation, no occupation, no forced displacement.
As for the UN, the spokesperson for Secretary General Antonio Guterres said the adoption of the resolution is an important step in consolidating the ceasefire and said the UN remains committed to scaling up humanitarian aid. Gabriel Zondo, Al Jazeera at the United Nations in New York.
Let's hear now from Daniel Forti, who's a senior UN analyst with the International Crisis Group. And he says there needs to be a credible creation process for the International Stabilization Force.
The Council has in the past authorized organizations that are not the UN, whether coalitions, whether NATO, to launch military interventions with its legal blessing. And that was the basic concept of what the US put forward for the ISF. The ISF is not meant to be a UN Blue Helmet mission. It will not be led or overseen by the UN and will not follow its procedures or its rules, but it will have the Council's legitimacy and backing. What that means in practice is that first, it will be able to use force in a way that humanitarians have told Crisis Group that there is actually a need for an operation to have the permission to use force in order to maintain law and order in Gaza right now, but also that it will not be a subject to the UN's traditional practices for mobilizing troops or funding a mission. So this will very much depend on the countries that want to contribute boots on the ground and pay for the stabilization force. These concerns about accountability, about political oversight, about Palestinian participation in many of these decision-making bodies are absolutely valid, and some that Crisis Group pointed out in our recent explainer of what this resolution was meant to do.
So here's some quick speculation for you. What are the countries that are going to be party to this stabilization force? What is the ISF again? International Stabilization Force. So these parties, I wonder, I think they listed them before, but I think they're all US aligned parties as well, right? So if like Trump is the president of the Board of Peace, and that controls the International Stabilization Force, and they're all countries that, like I said, or give their allegiance indirectly as vassal countries almost, or rely heavily on the US from a diplomatic standpoint. It's a way for the US to kind of just control that stabilization force, then directly / indirectly, actually, as opposed to having a UN peacekeeping force there, which is beholden to the UN's requirements and the Security Council, because the Security Council obviously involves China and Russia. And so, like, if you really want to have an adequate security force in there, stabilization force, sorry, in there, that is going to do what the peace board wants, what Trump wants, and ultimately what Israel wants, for good PR at least, but you have total control over it, then yeah, keep it as a force outside of UN control, I guess.
But we do see this resolution as an opportunity for the entire international community to give a bit more of oomph to the ceasefire deal at a moment when everything is quite precarious. But for us, the diplomacy doesn't stop here. There needs to be considerable attention paid now to how all of these institutions get stood up, even if the Security Council doesn't have a formal role in this, and the US and its Arab partners are using both multilateral fora and bilateral channels to work out some of the finer details of this. But without more political engagement, without a process that is credible to the Palestinians, implementation of any of these provisions is going to be incredibly challenging.
Don't miss out. Get the full.
Do you think MBS's visit to the White House is related in any way? Do you mean the dude from Syria that came across recently? The ex-Al-Qaeda man himself turned squeaky clean agent of poster boy of Syria's new Saudi Arabia. Look, I'm not actually across the Saudi Arabia Mohammed bin Salam. Okay. Yeah, I'm not across the details actually of what that trip was specifically about or what happened. All I understand is that they secured some more money and some more financing for something, and it's related somehow to investments that are also going to Trump's family's businesses and stuff somehow. So like there's some, what is it, Liberty Finance or something like that, some company that Trump controls or the Trump family controls, and like uses it for all their Bitcoin stuff or their cryptocurrency pyramid schemes, and like he's secured funding and commitments from Saudi Arabia, and somehow it's being channeled into, or somehow his family businesses are benefiting from that. Yeah, look, it probably, if Saudi Arabia are involved, because Saudi Arabia was listed like by Al Jazeera as one of the countries that are going to contribute somehow to this stabilization force. I don't know how Saudi Arabia would, but like they got a lot of money. And like they buy a lot of military equipment. They buy a lot of military equipment from China, actually. But like they might be able to contribute to this stabilization force that way. I'm sure they would have talked about it. It would have been strange if they hadn't broached that topic. They definitely would have talked about Israel, because I know Israel makes everyone nervous in that area, especially all these types of Arab countries that have tried to play ball with the Americans and expected America to provide them security. Hey, investing in the rebuilding, hey, Gaza Largo. Yeah. There's a lot of money to be made there, right? A lot of good investment. Hey. And what else are the Gazans going to do? They were, some of the most educated, they were the most educated people in the Arab nations, full of doctors, scientists, all that sort of stuff. And then now, what are they going to do? Be serving, giving massages out at Gaza Largo for Epstein types. It's pretty fucking crazy, isn't it? It's disgusting. And yeah, China and Russia abstained. Hey? Interesting. Hey, I guess you don't want to be seen as the person that stopped the peace. But like, yeah, what is the peace? An excuse for Trump and the developers to go in. I bet Gaza has a great laundry service. Yeah, sure it does. It definitely will. That's for sure. I wanted to get DW News's perspective on this. Let's get a German perspective. We got an Arab perspective. Let's get a German one. It's not Anglo-Western. Let's go with that. Yo, what's going on, Eden?
We start with breaking news out of New York. The United Nations Security Council has voted in favor of the second phase of a U.S. peace plan for Gaza. There were 13 votes in favor of the resolution, with only China and Russia abstaining. The plan calls for a transitional authority in Gaza, which U.S. President Donald Trump would nominally head, as well as an international stabilization force to demilitarize the territory. It also envisions a possible path toward an independent Palestinian state. Now let's bring in Michael Wahid-Hanna. He's an expert on U.S. foreign policy and international security with the International Crisis Group think tank. Michael, what do Israel and Hamas say about this resolution?
Well, as you can imagine, they have differing views.
Yo, 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 yo. What's up? What's up? Give up your West Asia trade corridor, yo. Well. Is that what we're referring to it as now? The West Asian trade corridor. Significant real estate here for that West Asia trade corridor. Imagine sitting in some beautiful resort watching the trade go by, escorted by the Israeli Navy. They like to escort, I hear. Welcome to the stream. We're just trying to get a handle on, what happened. But it just seems all they did was, the UN that is, all they did was just stamp the US brokered ceasefire plan, the 20-point plan. It wasn't specifically about like going on to the other phases of it. It was just stamping the existing plan that's been further negotiated in the background, but obviously not negotiated to a level that satisfies, China and Russia. Okay, interesting. Maybe they're too proud. There's too much pride on the line. They don't want to agree to something that the US has brokered at the moment. Maybe I'm trying to read too hard into that abstention. I don't know.
I think from Hamas, you see a lot of hesitation. In contrast to the Arab regional states that back this plan, Hamas is concerned that this is effectively something like a throwback to something like an old style colonial administration, and big concern about the ideas in the plan for disarmament, which is something that Hamas has only talked about as a kind of end point for the Palestinian resistance, it says, that is sort of part and parcel of the pathway to Palestinian statehood, and not something that they see as a kind of first step in the process. So I think part of this is confusion about the lack of clarity, which has, I think, fueled further concern on the part of Hamas. Clearly some concern on their part. I think from the Israeli perspective, there is language there.
Hey, Israeli perspective? Come on. Ben Norton has mentioned that this issue is central to Israel and US's plan to counter the Belt and Road Initiative, in addition to the genocidal nature of Zionism. In addition to the genocidal nature of Zionism, we're going to combat the Belt and Road Initiative by making everything effective as it goes through the Suez Canal and moves through that part of the world. Interesting. Good luck. They got a lot of catching up to do. Eh? Got a lot of catching up to do. China's way out in front on that one. In terms of building infrastructure anyway. Like the US still pretty well controls the seas, I would say. Outside of that, and it's really contained to China, and the Russians are kind of in a bit of problem at the moment with their shipping, let's say, their crude oil and their shadow fleets. But yeah, the Belt and Road, it's a big call, man. They got a bit of catching up to do.
That they dislike about the potential pathway for a Palestinian state that they obviously object to. Prime Minister Netanyahu has come out publicly saying that there's not going to be a Palestinian state. But, in many respects, this includes language that they are going to like, as with this pathway to disarmament, which has always been high on the Israeli list. And there is not a clear timetable or sequencing for Israeli pullbacks from the Strip. So in many respects, I think it does fulfill some of the requirements that the Israelis had for this resolution.
Now, a main point in this resolution is the establishment of an international stabilization force in Gaza. Israel has said it should get to decide which countries are part of that force. Does this resolution give Israel a say?
Well, I think it's one of these issues that remains quite unclear. We don't know the mandate specifically.
Israel has been the security force overruling Gaza, and they want to continue to manage that process. Sorry, they've been in charge of the destabilization security forces. That's for sure. But they want to pick who gets to be in the international stabilization force. Fuck, they are arrogant, are they? Literally, the only reason that we're in this situation at the moment, the reason why there is a peace plan being talked about and voted on, is because they have been committing genocide on a group of people, and they want to pick the security force that goes in for stabilization. God, so fucking audacious. Man, you can't make that shit up, honestly.
For the International Stabilization Force. It is something that I think some of the potential troop contributing countries wanted to see more detail on in the resolution. It didn't happen. I think for countries to contribute troops, there is going to have to be some further agreement as to...
Yeah, I know, right? We only want countries in the ISF that we have dirt on. Yeah, that we can control. Exactly. Yeah. It's fucked.
Mandate rules of engagement none of these things are perfectly spelled out in the resolution as it stands. And so there is, at the moment, a little bit of informality about the procedures for both governance and security. I would imagine that Israel is going to have a clear say in terms of next steps because of its close working relationship with the United States and the Trump administration specifically. But none of those things are, frankly, spelled out in any specificity in terms of how to define the next steps.
Now, Michael, you mentioned that Israel has some issues with the language about Palestinian statehood in this resolution. How strong is the language? How strong is the path to Palestinian statehood laid out in this resolution?
Well, frankly, it's very weak. I think there was not a mention of Palestinian statehood at all in earlier versions and earlier drafts that circulated. I think the Arab group at the United Nations wanted to see at least some recognition of that possibility. But of course, there is no roadmap for that eventuality, and the parties have never been further apart. So I think there is some mild encouragement that at least the Trump administration was willing to include this reference. They have been somewhat reluctant to give credence to the idea of Palestinian statehood. But there's no real mechanism to make that a reality. So a weak reference nonetheless.
Now that this resolution has passed, what are the next steps here in actually putting together this international mission?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. We don't really know. There is a board of peace that is purportedly going to oversee governance in the Gaza Strip. There is an international stabilization force. There is a lack of clarity about how the Board of Peace will be selected, who will be included, how that will
Donald Trump, he's going to be the leader. That's all we need to know, right?
relate to day-to-day management of Gaza. There's also supposed to be a Palestinian technocratic committee that is entrusted with day-to-day management of Palestinian affairs. How that relates to the Board of Peace also unclear.
Isn't that interesting? Like, I have speculated here in my revolutionary theory more recently that the potential front runner for overtake of the capitalist class is a differing middle class that comes up in the relations of capitalism or a capitalist society, and that is a technocratic class. So they're people that are experts in stuff, and so you have the peace board that sits over and makes governance decisions about, you know, the reconstruction. So they appoint who gets to do the rebuilding and who gets all the contracts, and like who gets to play peacekeeper from the Arab nations, and like all that nice, you know, higher level governance stuff. But like the actual administration of the country, like, you know, where they're going to get the water from, how's the hospitals going to work, you know, what's going to happen with transportation, that's going to be done by a bunch of technocrats. So like experts, people that have an understanding in governmental administration, like how to run a city, run a region from an administrative standpoint. Yeah, like I said, how do you get the, you know, the garbage collected? How do you actually get all the services that people need and expect from government? How do you get all that sort of stuff up and running again? So they're just going to have a group of technocrats, so people that understand administration, broad scale urban administration, and they're going to just let them run the show and like hopefully do a good job of coordinating things. Now, my theory, like revolutionary theory, comes from like kind of the historical precedents of revolutions, and revolutions have come from the middle classes. There's a middle class that sits between the ruling class and the working class, the laboring classes, and they struggle for power and try to set up a society that overthrows that ruling class. In this case, it would be, you know, our capitalist classes, the bourgeoisie, and they justify their position in that takeover based on their superiority. Now, the superiority in the sense of the technocratic class is they're the experts. So like the bourgeois, the rich and the powerful, well, they just got there because they're rich and powerful. And maybe they, are good with money, or they're smart investors, or they know how to make backdoor deals to help run the economy. But like the technocrats, though, they are people that are supposed to be educated, experienced, and thus experts in a particular field. And those are the types of people that you really want running society. People with expertise, as opposed to people that just are wealthy and powerful as a result of that. So it's interesting that, you have all the showy stuff. Here's the peace board run by your boy Trump. He's going to be in control of, who gets the contracts to rebuild Gaza, and like where all the little toy soldiers get stationed. But like when it really comes to organizing Gaza, like how it's going to operate, then you just send in, you don't even bother with the pretense of like, democracy as we would know it, elected representatives, all that sort of bullshit. Just give it to a bunch of technocrats. They'll figure it out. And like our society is increasingly technocratic. I think the thing that is undermining the bourgeois system control significantly at the moment is technocracy. This idea that you have people that should be making decisions, like the bourgeoisie, or bourgeois types, they usually would make decisions, and they would get their representatives in like republics or parliaments and all that sort of stuff. They'd get them to make decisions for them and make policy decisions that suit them. But then you have a lot of the time, those politicians, they don't want to make a call. They'll just get some expert to write a report for them with recommendations, and then they'll just hide behind those recommendations. So you see they're ceding power already to this technocratic class. And like the more they start relying on technocrats and experts to make decisions for them, the more they will cede their power and bring on the technocratic revolution. Now, I don't know, 9 months ago, we stumbled upon something called Technocracy Inc., which is a very interesting political organization that existed in the US like 100 years ago now. They also had branches in Canada as well, I think, but potentially in other Western countries. But they believed in bringing in technocracy as a new way of organizing society. It's definitely nothing like you would expect out of anything that relates to the current systems, like a free market system or communism or fascism. It's completely beyond any of that stuff, and reorganizes society along completely different grounds. But like, a very interesting example going on here, where you have all the nice showy stuff for Trump and the boys, but the real nuts and bolts of how Gaza's going to operate is going to be done just by a group of experts, group of technocrats.
Clear. And so there is a lot left to be determined. I think the reason that
MBS at the White House, Trump outlining his plans at a McDonald's forum, and Nicki Minaj doing genocide diversion at the UN. What a weird world we live in. What is the Nicki Minaj thing, doing genocide diversion at the UN? I don't know that reference. What have I missed? What is she up to? Genocide diversion.
Any of the states that might have objected to the resolution went forward with it is because despite these uncertainties, there is a hope, particularly among the Arab states who backed the resolution, that they will keep the Trump administration engaged. So I think it's a very pragmatic move. The hope being that investing the Trump administration in the process going forward is really the only pathway to keeping momentum going, as we saw with the agreement to the ceasefire in the first place. So I think despite all of the uncertainties that surround next steps, whether on governance or security, there is a hope that simply keeping the Trump administration in the United States engaged in the process is really the only way to keep things moving forward.
Okay, a lot to still be worked out here as the United Nations Security Council passes this.
So like, they basically is like, well, hope. They're just like, well, the US has brokered the ceasefire. Let's just hope it works out. That's why people that are potentially not supportive of it, really, and in theory, is like, let's just run with this one, shall we? Let's just go with it. Let's just hope for the best. Okay. Interesting. Yes, it is a weird world. It's unfortunate too. All right, well, that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to get across that that particular issue and see what it amounts to, and it seems like it amounts to big fat zero. Like, you know, nothing's happened. They're still trying to figure out the nuts and the bolts of the 20-point peace plan, negotiate on that, and they've been negotiating with it for 2 weeks now, and there's people that don't like it, and they're still allowing it to pass through anything. Hope is not a substitute for a plan. No, there's a lot of hope going around at the moment. That's what they're talking about. Talking to the UN about a Christian genocide in Nigeria, basically Trump's talking points. That's what she was doing. She's pushing that agenda. It's also no one looks at the satellite images of blood-stained towns in Darfur, yeah, and the 200 children arrived alone in Tawila after fleeing El Fashir. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I think there's a lot to the Nigeria thing as well, though. There's a lot of good capital to get your hands on in Nigeria. Not just their natural resources, their human capital too. Fuck, I hate that term. But I will use it anyway. Let's go with that. Human capital. Like I said, that's it. I just want to get across it. And like, yeah, it's just fucking thoughts and prayers at the moment coming out of the UN. Now, yesterday we had an interesting conversation. I don't even know. I can't even remember what spurred this on yesterday. But we were speaking about, I don't know. Indoctrinathan put something in the chat yesterday, and we had to look at it quickly about how there's a kind of a subprime crisis going on. But like this time with cars. So people have been taking out loans with cars. Risky business that they shouldn't have been doing. And we were speculating on what that's going to mean, especially in the context of the AI bubble that everyone keeps talking about, and whether there's going to be a global financial crisis coming soon, and like whether or not like the severity of this crisis. And like people have been speculating on this for a long time. And like the crisis is coming, there are severe problems with the market system, and it's kind of hard. It's almost impossible to resolve some of the issues that are going on in the market with like traditional economic understanding, like, you know, the fact that governments should pay off their debts. And like, you know, you can't just print money because inflation, like all that sort of stuff. And it's not all making sense, especially given the fact that like all of the quantitative easing that they've been doing, just like literally printing money and like handing it over to various sectors, mostly to the very, very wealthy and big corporate entities, in the hope that that will trickle down to the rest of us plebs. But there's been a lot of rules that have been broken recently, and I think it demarcates that we're moving into a new era in finance and like how governments need to run. And so like because of that fear of the unknown and like all of these old rules that used to exist, or all these old principles that used to exist that don't really have any value anymore, people are just like, well, we're obviously heading for crisis. And so we speculated a bit on this the other day, and I was rather dismissive, or I would have come across rather dismissive, because I said something along the lines of pretty much like, hey, you know, we've been predicting this crisis for fucking years now. They've been speaking about it for, you know, a good decade now, if not the better part of 5 years. And like, you know, here we still are, you know. I remember before COVID, everyone was expecting, you know, the housing market in Australia to take a dive. It never did. and it came back after COVID, and it's back with a vengeance now. Like there's always these doomerist style predictions about the end of times and the financial crash, and now throw on an AI on top of that, and the AI speculation, and like last year, like this time exactly last year, it was like AI was about to change humanity forever. We're on the precipice of the singularity, and like nothing's fucking happened since then. So everyone, like, the hype is gone, and everyone's predicting that AI is going to lead to some crisis moment that's going to bring down the world economy, or at least the Western economy. And so, like, yeah, I was kind of dismissive of it yesterday, but I went looking for some stuff on this, and I keep coming back to this guy. He's in my feed now, but I've introduced you to him before. His name is Richard J. Murphy, and he comes from things with a modern monetary theory perspective. And so, like, he's been himself talking about, like, kind of the crash is coming for a long time. But what I said yesterday, I think is still relevant, is that there's always the potential for a crash. Financial system, and like in capitalism that is so geared towards finance capital in this day and age, and finance capital really is, at the end of the day, a market that is built on speculation, and speculation really has tied to it kind of people's reactions and feelings, whether people feel confident or not in something. And in an environment of such speculation, things can unravel quickly and unexpectedly. So the potential is always there. But he gives an interesting analysis, so we'll have a look at that today. Boko Haram is still active in Nigeria, yes, but who are they serving? And they are targeting Christians specifically, or just everyone they can? Yeah, they're still active. Yep. Who are they serving? Good question. Who's funding them? And are they targeting Christians specifically? Or, well, like, based on our research, no, not at all. They're actually targeting anyone, and specifically targeting Muslims, I thought. Dilemma is, the Aussie property market is worth 12 trillion, and every poly has a portfolio. There will never be a property crash unless the entire country crashes. Well, like, this is the thing, right? This is what they're predicting. Like, everyone's predicting this financial crash that will lead to kind of this domino situation that takes out, like, multiple sectors and multiple economies around the world, because everyone is so kind of tied up now. And especially there's so many people tied up in the investment in AI. There's so many financial institutions that have forked out money to fund AI. And so, like, if something happens in that space, it'll lead to a general financial crisis. And that general financial crisis is linked to the debt that is kind of held by countries all over the world. And by financial institutions themselves. And will that lead to some kind of chain reaction? And will that bring down property markets? Who the fuck knows? Like, the easiest targets are all girls' boarding schools, which is why you hear about them more. Savage. Yeah. Horrible stuff. So yeah, look, $12 trillion. $12 trillion. And every poly has a portfolio. We'll see. Every time they predict a crash, it's never the thing they think it will be. It's always something else they never saw coming. So, yeah. So, like, let's get his opinion on the impending crash. And, like, he has predicted kind of things before. We saw him speaking about the AI bubble one, I'm pretty sure. And he was saying that the amount of, I think it was in the amount of investment in AI, that in terms of how much people have put in money in terms of its stock value compared to the amount of value that it actually produces, like in the real economy, is at the same level of where we were at the .com crash. Just before the 2000s. So there's this kind of graph, or this indicator of, like, how much value something is worth in stocks compared to how much value actually comes out of the company, let's say. And like the measure of that was at like, I don't know if he said like 5 or 6%. And the only other time we've seen that sort of stuff happening, which is what's happening with all the AI companies at the moment, is when we saw the dot-com crash in the 90s. And so he's already speculated on this crash. People have been now talking about this AI bubble, I would say, for at least, 6 months now. And like people were like, oh, the AI bubble's going to burst any minute. And like, here we are, it's 6 months in. What's going on? But like, let's get some modern monetary theory style predictions on potentially what's going to happen and when we're going to experience the GFC of the 20s, I guess, or potentially the 30s. Like, when's this thing coming? And what do we do when it happens?
Is there a crash coming?
Well, it's so quiet. Is it just me?
Is there a crash coming? The answer.
Coming around to perfect bubble theory yet? I don't know. I just still don't like. I've just spent a lot of like the last 5 years anyway, just listening to people nonstop say the crush is just around the corner. It's just around the corner. And like, maybe I'm just desensitized. That's why, like, I felt like I was brushing it off yesterday because I feel like I've been desensitized. But the potential is always there. And so, like, is there a crash around the corner? I reckon the AI bubble might burst. Yeah, it could. It could. It really could. But like, these AI companies as well, these big tech companies, right? That are the ones that are investing heavily in AI. They were the ones that during the pandemic and stuff like that, they had so much cash they didn't know what to do with. And so they've spent all of their cash, no, not all of it even. They've spent a lot of their cash that they were just sitting on because they never really did much in terms of research and development. Now they're doing R&D, which is what capitalists are supposed to do. And everyone's like, oh my God, like they're investing in something and it might fail. Well, like, fucking, that's what happens when you're a capitalist. Like, you're supposed to invest in shit. And like, not everything fucking pays off. Like, tough tits. That's supposed to be what the market system is all about. Go have a cry. But like, they were just sitting on billions, if not trillions of dollars anyway, because they'd made bank out of their surveillance capitalism and monitoring the world's populations and just extracting data and value out of all of us for literally free. They're like printing money from that process. And then they've decided to invest it in something, the AI revolution. And now like people aren't seeing the exact returns that they thought they were going to see instantaneously. And everyone's freaking out about that. Like, fucking cry me a river. That's what these tech companies should be doing. They should be investing, I think. And if they lose some money, then so be it. Should that really bring down the world economy? I don't know. I reckon the AI bubble might burst. It's over leveraged and America has thrown all its chips in. Hey, I like that. Sorry, I'm late, teacher. Here, I heard money printer. I'm in. So good. It's like investor propping up. It's like investors propping up Uber, even though it doesn't make profit, just because someone thinks it will be the future. Yeah. Well, like, again, like these guys, I'm telling you, they just have a lot of money. So if they follow some things that end up being a dead rubber, then, whatever. Like, is that supposed to crash the economy? Like, is the market system really that volatile where like incredibly wealthy corporations who have the means to trial things out, when they fail in a particular endeavor, that crashes the entire economy? Fuck, what a flimsy system the market system is. Like I said yesterday, the free market, I love it, system itself is fragile as hell. Could collapse any day, also could last another century, but it will collapse eventually. Just seems closer now. The hypocrisy within the system is so stark. Yes, it is. It is. Oh, it's so bleedingly obvious for us plebs that we're not supposed to know how hypocritical the system is, how it's full of contradictions, as the Marxists say. Comparing current bubble to former ones, it's the first money bubble compared to regular people. this time. .com, housing. It was people heavily invested. Now it's just tech bros. Interesting. Yeah, tech bros mounting on each other and backing each other with their billions and billions of dollars. Like, again, like, that's what capitalists, I think, really should be doing. They just got capital sitting around. That's wasteful for them anyway. They might as well, they got to put that into motion, and then they can get returns on them. I mean, top first are in the bubble, not the rest of us. Or all the billionaires are building bunkers because they know the pole shift is coming. Yeah, they are. And they're building those bunkers in NZ, eh? Which is one of our states. Also, the power capitalist class has it dependent on the buy in from the plebs. If we aren't buying in, then it's closed. Yeah, good call. I can get down with that. It pops, then no big impact to us. There's a Europe-sized dent in the Earth's magnetic field, and auras are being seen in places like Texas. Yeah, there was apparently a southern, what do they call it? Yeah, southern, what's the southern version? Aurora Australis? I think there was something like that being seen from New South Wales very recently. I wonder if that's what you're talking about, dilemmas. It's not like they need workers. No, they're just going to replace them all with neo robots. Eh? Yeah, I'll let Richard talk. I'll stop speculating on this. And Aberralis? Localized Aurora Borealis localized in your kitchen. Yeah. No, isn't Aurora Borealis? Isn't that the northern one? And then there's a southern version as well, right? Localized in your kitchen at this time of year? Can I see it? No. So good. All right, I'll let him speak.
Is there a crash coming? The answer is, of course there is. I've been saying so for ages. It's obvious. All sorts of financial markets are heavily overvalued. So why am I making another video, apparently making the same point? Because it feels as if that crash is now imminent. There are real signs of change in markets. The S&P 500, the leading stock exchange indicator, in my opinion, in the USA, because it is broadly based, is suddenly turning down. After weeks of rises, historically long periods of optimism, there is now a downturn there. And people are saying this could be the moment when the crash comes. In the UK, the FTSE 100 is falling. The value of gold is falling. Even the reserve safe place where people put their money when everything goes wrong is seeing its price fall, as if that market has been overhyped as well. If you look at Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, the signs are very clear. Bitcoin is down over 25% in the last couple of months or so, and the rest of the market is really severely down, often by 50%. The myth is disappearing. Trump might have created hype in the Bitcoin market earlier this year. That might have spilled over into the AI market, and from that it has dragged stock exchanges around the world upwards. But that sort of hype can only last for so long. And now it feels as though everyone has realised that the party's over. There was an article in the FT.
The party's over, baby. Yes, crash will come, but why not make money on the way up? Only when the last worker is replaced and everyone lives on equity will the elites learn that robots don't buy products. Yeah, but that's just one of the contradictions that's in the system, isn't it? Me, Aurora Australis, at this time of day, at this time of year, completely isolated within the South Coast. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. I was in New South Wales, right? In the South Coast. I heard about this. Clouds? Yes. Me? May I see it? Clouds? No. That's funny. Yeah. I saw a picture of someone that actually got a glimpse of it. If the strip club's still making money, then people still have spare cash to spend. I don't know. Does that theory really work like that? It's like when you hear people talking about, oh man, if you are watching this on TikTok, please, there is a link in the bio. Go over to YouTube and watch it there, please. That sucks. I don't know why that did that. My TikTok just died. It's because of my microphone. Piece of shit. All right, back to it. What's this? All right, let's have a quick diversion from Richard, and we're going to talk about essentially tech bros over investing. Tom's Hardware. Tom's Hardware. The US edition of Tom's Hardware. Is this like a tech nerd magazine or something? Or like, I guess, tech industry, artificial intelligence. JP Morgan calls out AI spend, says 650 billion in annual revenue required to deliver mere 10% return on AI build out, equivalent to $35 payment from every iPhone user or 180 from every Netflix subscriber in perpetuity. Oh no. A JP Morgan report suggests that the AI industry needs to make 650 billion in annual revenue to deliver a 10% return on investment that companies are expected to make through 2030. The report shared by Analysis Marks Weinbach on X equates this to an extra monthly recurring payment of 34 from every iPhone user and 180 from every Netflix subscriber. Now, although this may sound attainable, you must consider that there are about 1.5 billion active iPhone users across the globe and more than 300 million paid Netflix subscribers. Although the estimated amount will still be divided between individual corporate and government users, there's still a massive number of paying subscribers, especially as many customers aren't convinced of the utility of AI PCs and smartphones. So look, they've spent so much money on AI, the only way that they're going to get a mere 10% return is if everybody starts subscribing to some service and forking out $34. Like what, a week? Is that right? A month, $34 a month. If there's 1.5 billion people on board for that service. The report suggests AI growth won't be constant, and it might experience the same issue that plagued the telecom industry when it first started building fiber infrastructure. The path from here to there will not just be up and to the right, says the report. Our biggest fear would be a repeat of the telecom and fiber build-out experience, where the revenue curve failed to materialize at pace that justified continued investment. Although OpenAI has reportedly already achieved 20 billion annualized revenue run rate, and Anthropic is eyeing 26 billion in revenue by 2026, there are just reports or targets by individual companies that haven't translated into net profits yet. Interesting. It's not over investing if the money wasn't doing anything in the start. To start with, yeah, good point. AMD investing in AI is only because the cash stack doesn't fit into their money silo anymore. Remember, OpenAI loses money on their free, but their losses a lot more on the paid tier. Loses money on their free tier, I guess that's what that is, but loses a lot more on their paid tier as the customers aren't rate limited and they are biggest player. See, like, but this is the short-sighted thing about this type of accounting, I find, is that, like, this makes sense, don't get me wrong, and it makes sense from, like, a financial perspective. Like, if you're a financial institution trying to decide whether you should invest in something or give people loans for this type of technology, it's just like, well, it's not making money up front in relation to the expenditure, but like that's what happens when you develop out new technology, new industry. Almost like there's massive capital investment up front, and it might be, you know, long time before you get some type of return on what you're doing. Like, this is just kind of industrial society 101. Somebody has to be the person, or some people have to be the ones that, you know, put their neck on the line to, you know, kickstart this technology, and they might not even benefit from it. It might be future generations that benefit from it. It might be some player that comes from, you know, left field that actually capitalizes on it completely after all this groundwork has been done by all these other capitalists. This is, you ready? This is competition. Like, what these people are so scared about here is the fact that in a competitive and an actual free market system where there's a lot of questions and not many answers, is that, like, oh my God, in a competitive environment, if I invest in shit and, like, I don't win out on that, I might fail. My business might fail. The problem is we believe that businesses shouldn't fail or can't fail, which is like the problem in this psychology at the moment. These pricks, if they've invested $650 billion and like people aren't going to stick around for longer term investment and they want their return now, and then that causes a crash, then like this is just a failing in our psychology when it comes to how capitalism runs in the modern age. Like, if people only invest in things that return a profit, you know, next year, and they're not worth investing in outside of that, capitalism is doomed to fail because it can't revolutionize the means of production. It can't make technological changes that it requires. Kind of like Netflix not making money until they sold off the catalog as ads and increased costs. Pirates is the answer. Increase costs by buying in. These ones can fail. Taiwan can't fail though, or not more military trips. So AI can fail. Chips can't. Yeah. And chips are the real value in that situation, right? Because that's what fuels everything. We need chips, man. Yeah, this is interesting stuff. Yeah, so like if they want to return on their investment, this is the question that's been posed here. Like the assumption is, if they were to deliver just a mere 10% return on the AI build-up, they need to extract the consumer class, like exploit the consumer class and extract rent off them to the tune of $35 a month for 1.5 billion people. This is the language of the bourgeoisie. JP Morgan says that if the AI companies want to get a 10% return, they're going to have to extract money from 1.5 billion people. This is the language. This is the class system in action right here. They just hold the license to the chips that other companies build. Oh, sorry. Everyone also forgets AMD doesn't make chips. Interesting. All right, let's back to it.
This week by one of its long-term serious commentators, a man of obvious wealth from the way in which he writes, who was saying, he thinks that the US stock market is going to fall by maybe 40%. That's certainly his indication for the tech companies, and he thinks many others will follow down in the same order, despite which he's apparently going to leave half his money in that market, for reasons that I found entirely baffling. There is this now reluctant acceptance that whatever happened cannot continue, that there is going to be a crash. And that's been my opinion for some time. So I sort of feel vindicated at one level and petrified at another. Because accepting there's going to be a crash doesn't mean that people have come to terms with the consequences of a crash. And the consequences of this crash might come in one of two forms. This might either be a crash like that in 2000, the dot-com crash, which was successfully managed by politicians, including Gordon Brown in the UK, who managed to effectively avoid the spillover from the stock market almost halving in value into the rest of the economy, to the alternative of the 2008 financial crash.
Oh, slow down there. Slow down there, Bob. You're going too fast for me. How did Gordon Brown... Oops. How did Gordon Brown in the UK help stave off the impacts of the dot-com crash for people in the UK and the UK economy? Gordon Brown's role in softening the impact of the dot-com crash on the UK is one of the reasons he was later described as a safe pair of hands during global crises. Okay. Bank of England independence. Brown made the Bank of England independent with a clear inflation targeting mandate. This anchored inflation expectations, kept interest rates stable, gave markets confidence. When the dot-com bubble burst, the UK had no need for drastic monetary tightening, unlike earlier crises, the Golden Rule and cautious budgeting. Brown's fiscal rules, Golden Rule and Sustainable Investment Rule meant the government ran budget surpluses during the 90s tech boom. Public debt was kept low. So when the bubble burst, the UK had fiscal room to support the economy without spooking markets. He avoided overexposure to the tech bubble. This is overlooked but crucial. The US and parts of Europe had huge amounts of pension and household wealth tied up in tech stocks. I wonder how much of like the world's pension funds are tied up in the S&P 500, which is apparently populated pretty heavily by the tech bros, right? Brown maintained stringent financial regulations, discouraged pension funds from concentrating in high-risk tech equities, pushed for prudential investment standards in British and institutional investors. As a result, UK households and pension funds were far less exposed to dot-com stock than US investors. He used targeted fiscal expansion when the downturn arrived. After running surpluses, Brown flipped the counter-cynical spending just as the crash hit. He increased investment in health and education, transport, public infrastructure. This supported employment demand and regional economies. This Keynesian-style response softened the downturn. Who would have thought? Government spending would be good for the economy? Interesting. Oh no, we messed up. Good thing we have a taxation system to bail us out. Strong financial regulation limited contagion. Brown retained a relatively conservative banking. See, I don't know if this works in this case, because I think a lot of the world is tied, like a lot of the world generally is tied to what's been going on with the big tech bros and the US market generally, right? Like, is everyone really kind of been covering their own bases? And like one of the big factors they're describing here is the fact that they were running a surplus. They had been running surpluses in their government budgeting in the 90s. And so when they decided to do all of that government spending, there was no one freaking out about it, saying that's going to help crash the economy. People were just like, yeah, we got some extra money. Why not? Trump signed an EO to allow PE firms easier access to 401ks. Interesting. He supported monetary easing during the downturn. The Bank of England cut rates steadily from 2001 because monetary policy framework was credible. Those cuts were trusted and effective. Lower borrowing costs kept consumer spending strong. See, I don't even know if we can do that now. like the interest rates aren't like as low as they were like 5 years ago, but like they're still pretty low, right? And so like, where are you gonna go? You haven't got a lot of wriggle room. The UK economy in 2000 was less dependent on tech, more reliant on services, finance, household consumptions. Rates can go negative. Was the test. Interesting. All right, so I just needed that context. So he's saying there's two things here. We can go .com, which is like, were you tied to tech? No. Then like you should have been okay. Was there wriggle room? Like was there confidence in you doing government spending? Yes. Were you able to lower interest rates to encourage spending? Yes. Like, doesn't sound like there's any stimulus or anything like that. So that was the UK's response to the .com. But then it could be like a 2008 style crash.
Effectively avoid the spillover from the stock market almost halving in value into the rest of the economy, to the alternative of the 2008 financial crash, when the stock market crash precipitated a global financial crisis.
The superannuation is just a slush fund for poor governance. That's a very cynical assessment of superannuation. You could add that to your theories about social, a sovereign wealth fund. That's really what it should be. Something more like that. An investment vehicle just for the Australian people, as opposed to the private sector and like big unions, apparently.
Which of those two do I think is likely? I am afraid the second sort is the one that I'm expecting, and there are two reasons for that. First of all, in 2000, we did have some vaguely competent people around government. Gordon Brown, for all his strengths and weaknesses, did know how to manage that situation. And it appeared that, again, despite his obvious failings in other areas, George W. Bush did do the same. He kept the US economy going, despite the impact of 9/11 at roughly the same time as well. So what we're looking at is a situation where those people, well established, with clear vision as to what they were trying to do, whether right or wrong, and I would suggest overall wrong, managed to keep markets on track. But in 2008, fundamentals failed. And fundamentals in that case meant the mortgage market above all else, because there was a spillover from the crash into banking. That brought down stock markets. That then led to the whole of the austerity regime. The trouble is that this time I think that spillover from the stock market crash into banking is incredibly likely.
When Western countries were mostly debt-free in the 90s, then the USSR fell, the liberal world order took over, and now everyone's in debt. Seems the NWO experiment, the New World Order experiment, is a fail. Right? Replace the language the liberal world order took over and say the neoliberal world order took over, and you got yourself a deal. I'm not wrong, though. You're not wrong on the general assessment, but I wouldn't call it the liberal establishment. That makes it sound like it's a left versus right wing kind of thing. I would say the neoliberal world order took over and encouraged people to live in austerity, so cut government spending and still at the same time take on like debt, take on more debt. Yeah. And you got yourself a deal. You're not wrong. It's interesting that you put the part in about the USSR. It was like up until the USSR fell and was actually competing factor against this loose style of cowboy capitalism, keeping that sort of stuff under wraps. As soon as it went down, and they're just like, fuck it, let's just do whatever we want now. Okay? No one's going to challenge it. No one's going to have any expectations outside of it either.
Why? That's because the AI tech boom has been funded in three ways. First of all, there have been some share issues, not many, there never are, but that has helped the increase in share price. People have been desperate to buy the shares of new tech companies, and that's the consequence. Prices have risen. Secondly, these companies have been issuing new debt at an absolute rate of knots.
The boomer world order, just to cast a wide net. That's hilarious. The boomer world order.
Amazon is at this moment issuing $12 billion of new debt, and it's far from alone. And the companies who are actually fueling most into AI, people like Nvidia and Microsoft and Meta and Google and so on, they are undoubtedly borrowing heavily from banks as well.
Undoubtedly, like, are they? Or are they in, like, do they have some type of mutual understanding with banks? Because again, they have fuckloads of money sitting around doing nothing. Well, they'd use it to kind of inflate their share prices with stock buybacks and stuff like that. But like outside of that, they do have a lot of fucking money sitting around. What I don't get is number two, companies have been issuing debt. Just listening to someone analyze the potential AI bubble, and they have described one of the factors for a potential crisis in relation to this being companies have been issuing new debt. Using the example that Amazon has issued $12 billion of debt recently. Can you briefly explain this concept? Company issues debt when it borrows money by selling. Oh, it's through bonds. Interesting. Amazon said it sells 12 billion in bonds. Investors buy the bonds. Amazon receives. Oh, so it's not through like shares. That's interesting. Amazon promises to repay later with interest. It's selling bonds. May indicate companies think money is usually cheap right now. Interest rates are expected to fall, or if investor demand for tech bonds is extremely high, which it probably is, I guess, right? Everybody wants in on Amazon because these are the tech bros that control everything. Companies may rush to borrow as much as they can while it's cheap. That's very interesting. And keeping the plebs uneducated about fiscal theory def helps their plan. I didn't realize I had to file a tax return till I was about 24. LOL. I know, right? Yeah, tell me about it. Like, why did they teach me that at school? Debt issuance can be used to chase hype-driven investments. Interesting. Big corporations may borrow to pour money into things like huge data centers, GPU purchases, cloud expansion, AI R&D acquisition. It's interesting. If the AI boom slows, the debt becomes dangerous. If companies take on massive debt, now expecting future AI profits, but the actual profits don't materialize fast enough, they can end up unable to repay, forced to cut spending, forced to lay off workers, selling assets, forced to lay off workers. Ha! As in, that's not a fucking feature in there. Vaulted to what the? No way! You're back. Well, banks are also a part of the S&P 500. A lot of shared capital relies on the success of each other, I reckon. Hey, feathering each other's nests. That's what I was saying before. I think it's a mutual thing. Like, I'm telling you, the tech bros have so much capital, and the banks have the right, literally, to create money. They have a license to print money. Like, not in the traditional sense. They're not minting it, but they can, open a loan and like, ta-da, look, there's money in this account. How did that happen? They're definitely profiting off each other and like using each other. Welcome back, Voltator. Hope you've been well. They didn't have time to teach that in school. How much had too much to cover about the plight of Aboriginals and how bad the white man and climate change is, just to top it off. Eh? I can't remember learning about that sort of stuff in school, though, especially the climate change one. But like, I hear you. They didn't teach us how to do a tax return. That's for sure. Interesting. So what does Amazon's 12 billion bond issue signify. Not that Amazon is in trouble, far from it, but large tech companies are leveraging themselves to invest heavily in AI. Investors are eager to fund them, even at high valuations. Debt markets are showing the same kind of irrational confidence that precedes market corrections. Let's not call it a crash from now on. None of this doomer stuff. It's just a correction. The market will find a way. It will balance itself out. If AI revenue doesn't grow as fast as the hype predicts, this debt becomes a source of financial stress both for companies and the broader economy.
Are undoubtedly borrowing heavily from banks as well. So the spillover will either come from their inability to service their debts, which I think might well be likely, or from the inability of people who have borrowed money to buy shares in these companies to service their debts. A consequence will be a banking crisis. If we have a banking crisis, and that's what I think is the case, then politicians will have to deal with a 2008 style crisis and not a 2000 style crisis, and the consequences will be severe. They'll be severe for a number of reasons. First of all, we do not have competent politicians almost anywhere in the world right now. Trump, Starmer, Macron, Merz. We could keep the list rolling.
Savage, bro. Savage. First, we don't really have competent politicians. That's all I learned about. And of course, certain parts of World War II history, very specific parts of World War II history. Yeah, me too. Interesting. And it doesn't have confidence in the political establishment, I'll tell you that much for free. Privatize profits, socialize losses. It can't go on like this. It fucking will. 2008, too big to fail. 2025, too big to save. I know that's a bit hopeful, isn't it? Too big to bail. That's so good. Too big to fail, too big to bail. Remember that. Let's get that tattooed somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. Too big to bail.
The point is, none of these people are either competent, nor do they have the confidence of their own parties, let alone the people of the nations they're governing. So the chance that they will have the power to actually manage the situations that are developing appears to be very low. And that scares me rigid. These people are simply not up to the job of dealing with the situation we're going to face. And in the UK, we have Rachel Reeves as Chancellor, a person who has nothing like the calibre of Alistair Darling, an underrated Chancellor of his time, who had a cool head when it was required back in October 2008. Will she share that same quality now? I doubt it, let's be totally honest. But after that, there's another problem. In 2008, we had not had 15 years of austerity. We had not had quantitative easing. We had not had quantitative tightening. We had not had COVID. We had not got a population that lacked resilience. In fact, that's the very quality that the population had then. Labour had created a strong, resilient population in good political mood because they had seen growth. They had seen an improvement in their healthcare. They had seen an improvement in education. They were confident. And now we have no such thing. People are not.
That's an interesting point as well. Like, we're talking about, like, obviously the confidence and speculation in financial markets. What he's talking about as well is, like, the population itself isn't as resilient. Like, in 2008, I'm assuming, like, I can't remember what the mood was like then. It just was not in that type of headspace back then, not paying attention to this type of stuff. But he's saying, like, people were resilient. They had more, I guess you would say, positivity about, like, the economy. Yeah, despite the crash, people were willing to band together to kind of do what necessary to bring the economy back on game. Like, now people are like, fuck it, let it burn. I don't think people are too willing to, you know, bail out the banks this time and support that type of stuff. The resilience in the community is gone. People don't believe in the system as such. As polarized as they keep telling us that our society is, and I think that serves a particular agenda, the culture wars, as polarized as they keep telling us we are, we're actually quite unified on that factor, which is like, hey, if these guys fuck up and crash the economy, then let them fucking burn. Don't shoot, let them burn, kind of thing. I think everyone will agree on that one across the polarized spectrum, across the culture war spectrum. They're not going to be wanting to save anyone or save the economy in any way. That's not our problem. They fucked up, let them deal with it. We don't have a resilience that we used to have. That's an interesting point. I wouldn't call it resilience, but it's an interesting point nonetheless.
Situation. They are already downbeaten. They are already frightened of the world around them. They are already pushed to their financial limits. And if the state now tries to retrench, as it might, things can only get very, very much worse. And at least some of those world leaders are going to try to do that. Let's be clear, that is inevitable. Some will definitely try to cut their way out of this crisis, and that will be impossible. So, is there a crash coming? Yes, is the undoubted answer. When everybody is talking about the fact it will happen, it's bound to happen, and almost everybody now accepts that fact. I read a lot of financial newsletters. I read the financial press. I see the comments from brokers and the specialist papers and so on. And there isn't anybody who's now saying that this is a sustainable situation. We are going to see a fall. And the data.
Yeah, like Marx kind of talks about this phenomenon as well, where there's like the capitalist class and they can see the contradictions of capitalism itself, like, because they're there literally at the coalface. They were like, in his time, they were there running the industry, and they can see that like their practices are kind of self-defeating in a way, and they cause problems. Like, all the people that are involved in finance, he's talking about people like financial analysts, brokers, people at the coalface trading, dealing in financial assets all the time. And they're just like, yeah, look, we all agree now that the crash is coming. And it's just like, if you lived in a society where you had some fucking responsibility, as opposed to just, being completely beholden to the market and doing whatever the fucking market wants you to do, because, at the end of the day, profit. Like, if everyone that was anyone in your industry was like, this thing is going to crash, we're all going to die, and you couldn't get together and figure out a way to stop that impending doom, that just shows you what fucking mental system or society that we live in, where like you have all of these people just like, yep, yeah, we can't do this anymore. This is completely unsustainable. How fucked up is this? All right, so what are you buying next? Oh, well, I'm actually thinking of investing in this. Like, that's the phenomenon he's describing here. You have everybody in the entire industry saying, wow, this is going to be really fucked up. It's going to destroy lives. It's going to fuck people up massively when this crashes. And, like, it's coming. Let's start trading on when the crash is coming, shall we? As opposed to if there will ever be a crash. And that type of system where it literally will not correct itself unless the system does the correction, the invisible hand of the market. That's a wild system, man. That is one wild way that we humans have decided to organize ourselves. It was easy to see the light at the end of the tunnel back then, owning a home down the line, while today it's easy to notice the people/companies that are responsible for these recessions. It's easy to notice. Oh, interesting. It's an interesting point, actually. Yeah. Well, like, according to him, and according to Squeeb as well, Squeeb was saying earlier as well, that like this type of stuff is being funneled or fueled, at least in the case of the AI bubble, by the big tech bros themselves, less private investors and like little, like, mum and dad investors, I guess you would call them, small scale ones. And so like if they go down, the AI bubble crash, it pops, like it'll be largely them who are fucked up by it. And we'll all be able to be like, ha, you did it, we're not helping you. But like, we will. It's hard to plan for the crash when John from accounting just rolled up in his new BMW with the heated seats on subscription too, on finance, doesn't own it.
Implies it. is not a matter of if now, it's just a matter of when now, and that's the only question that's left, and when might even be now. So we're going to have a crash. The problem is, can we manage the crash? And that's now where my focus is. I don't know that we can manage the crash. I don't know we have the people to manage the crash. I don't know we have the thinking to manage the crash. I don't know that these people have the confidence to actually stand up and become the type of politician we need, who will intervene, who will create the money, who will do so without using quantitative easing, because that has been a disaster, and who will do so for the benefit of ordinary people who must be protected, whilst we must keep banking going. And I don't know that we have the people who will react appropriately so that they can reframe the financial institutions of the world so that this should never happen again. That's what we need, people with that vision. That's not what we've got. I think you're going to hear a lot more about this over the coming weeks and months, because we're in for a rocky ride and times are going to be tough. I'm sorry to say it, but we have to live with the reality. What do you think? Do you think we're about to head for a crash? Do you think it's going to be like 2008? Do you think it's going to be really hard on you? Do you think we have the politicians?
I don't know, man. Who fuck knows? Hey? And I'm not a betting man. That's for sure. All right, let's have a look. Like, I just wanted to get a quick overview of that situation from his perspective. Again, I do kind of respect his opinions. I've shown you guys all his stuff multiple occasions now over streams. I think he has some interesting insights, and like, he's obviously a good technocrat. He's got expertise in this area and insights because he's been in the game for a while. So he's got good historical examples. And I think it's good to learn from historical situations as opposed to just purely speculating on it. Be like, oh, this is how it happened last time, or this is how it has happened before. These are the results of it. This is how you can manage it. As opposed to just completely theorizing on this stuff. I got a 44-year-old bloke at work who isn't even bothering to buy a house. What's the point? Literally a conversation I had today. Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. But, you know, not everything is about like home ownership. Like, some societies, they really don't like place much value in home ownership, but people will buy other assets and get involved with other stuff, like in financial markets, I guess, or invest in businesses or resources or something like that. But like, what you're describing, though, I think is the sentiment. It's always been kind of part of the Australian dream, or part of the Australian way of life, I guess you would say. It's like home ownership is kind of just a thing. Like, if you want to participate in society, you know, own some property and then, like, you know, partake in the system, like in the market system. And like, if you have something that you value, you're actually going to potentially partake with the economy in a particular way because you have a stake in it. But like, that attitude's gone now, and like, people are very I don't like always to use this word because it gets misused, but like, you know, people are rather nihilistic. They're just like, oh, fuck it. What's the point? I'm just going to spend my money on something fun, as opposed to becoming kind of, yeah, assumed into the economy as such, right? Committed to the economy. Then I asked if he had any more for a deposit. He said, any money, sorry, for a deposit. He said his missus has 80k in the bank. I said he should put some in an index fund or gold. He asked what an index fund is. Well, like, did you see what this guy said about gold? Gold's crashing. Oh, it's maybe potentially overinflated. It's coming down a bit. Just like how right-wingers would say, it's pattern recognition. History is a great teacher that continually repeats herself. Interesting. Bad monetary theory and apathetic political interest is what keeps Aussie regular Joes down. Yeah. Well, apathetic political interest, I think, is largely manufactured too. Like, I really do think that people overhype the idea that politics is boring. So people are just like, can't be bothered. Like, kind of thing. Let me just keep doom scrolling for a second. I'm not interested in this decision that might affect me and my class interests. None of that shit. Please. All right, let's have a look. We're going to like completely change gears here. But this is coming up. And this is something that I have been wondering about for a while, if you remember. So, what was it? July last year, there was a gentleman by the name of We Just Busy, Keep Going. Yeah, that's the general sentiment, right? Just keep on keeping on. Don't worry about anything else. Now, July 2024, mid-July 2024, don't know where you were, what you were doing, but President Trump got shot at a rally. And there was a gentleman by the name, I guess that's a loose association, loose term or use of the term, sorry. A gentleman by the name of Thomas Matthew Crooks was killed at the scene, and he was the suspect in this assassination attempt. Now, I'm not sure if you've seen any of this, but like for ages, like, you know, for a couple of weeks, it was just nonstop trying to get to the bottom. Who is Thomas Matthew Crooks? So much speculation on, like, you know, who he was, kind of what motivated him, all this sort of weird conspiracy stuff flying out. And then, you know, after 2 weeks, it was just like crickets. They were like, we're going to investigate it and we're going to get back to you. And then nothing. Very much like what's happened with Charlie Kirk's situation. You know, it was all over the place. Tyler Robinson became a household name instantaneously. And then all of a sudden, fuck all. Like, no one talking about it. No one really speculating on it. Dilemma's, I believe, confirmed yesterday that that's got to do with the fact that people are just waiting for the trial. But there's no trial with this guy because, you know, they killed him at the scene. They got him. Yeah, his ear looks fine. No scarring. And he's lucky, isn't he, Donald Trump? Maybe he's got a good plastic surgeon. Maybe that's what that really comes down to. But yeah, at the end of the day, what happened to this investigation fell off a cliff, it would seem. Now, I would put it to you that there is a reason for that. That it disappeared. It wasn't necessary, that story, anymore. It was getting in the way of other stuff. And now it's popping up again. So not even a day ago, this story started to come up again. New revelations emerge on the Trump shooter. Now, if you remember, like, if you were here right at the beginning of the stream, we were kind of speculating on what the hell was going on with Trump and Epstein, and why we're talking about certain things again, and why there's stuff going on in Venezuela, and why there's a ceasefire deal, and why there's all of these things that we can poke a stick at the moment. And we were kind of speculating that the Trump administration and like the PR people, like, they need something to talk about outside of the Epstein files. And so all of a sudden, who would have thought, when Congress and the Senate have decided to pass legislation to release the Epstein files, now all of a sudden new revelations are starting to emerge on Trump's shooter, and it's come out of nowhere. So not that I'm particularly interested in this story, but like what we should be looking at here, I think, is this story from the perspective of manufacturing consent. This is a good example or a good case study in manufacturing consent. Trump's administration is under fucking fire at the moment. It's cupping some heat. It's cupping heat big time, especially in relation to, I believe, the Epstein files. And now it's important to have a counter story to talk about. And so Thomas Crooks over here, this child with a gun, he was like, what, 18 years old or something, I think he was? Yeah, this kid with a gun, is now going to resurface and is going to be someone worth talking about again. So something happened, quote unquote. New revelations emerge on Trump shooter. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I saw right-wing videos talking about him being a trans furry recently, just like Tyler Robinson. It's the exact same. It's part of the joke of why we started going with trans Tifa, right? So, like, we're going to find out how trans Tifa, Trump's shooter, really was, even though they blew his head off and you wouldn't know anything about him anyway. Cremated crook straight away, lol. Both his parents were shrinks, lol. What 20-something has no social media at all? There is so much weirdness about Butler, PA. So much weirdness. I heard the furry thing the other day as well. Jeez, deep state. Stop trying to make furries a thing. Man stared at cloud. News coverage at 11. So good. So, like, yeah, let's have a quick look-see and see. Again, this is a good case study in manufacturing consent. So manufacturing consent is the concept by the disgraced Noam Chomsky, but like his theory is still relevant despite the fact that I believe he's a disgraced individual. But yeah, it's a good concept in the sense that it helps us understand how the media gets us to be across particular talking points in order to control public opinion, to then turn that into real wins on the board for the establishment, whoever that is. So, like, if in the case of the Iraq War, people didn't want to go to war, but they were able to manufacture the consent because they were able to print stories and talk about stories that were being kind of peddled by neocons and like their backers and people that wanted to get access to Iraq. And so they convinced people that there were weapons of mass destruction because they talked about it enough. They allowed the conversation to happen, right? It's not like they just spoke about weapons of mass destruction and didn't allow anyone to say no, there's no such thing as this. This is all just a lie. But they framed the conversation. They let the conversation happen. And so over time, everybody was acquainted with the idea that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, whether they agreed with it or not. And so like that allows there to be a general consensus forming or about the issue. And then that allows them to act upon the issue. But if they never ever talked about it at all, kind of thing, and like people just were kind of given the choice about go to war, not go to war, then everyone would be like, what the fuck? Like, let's not go to war then. Let's not do this. So like manufacturing consent is about putting things into the public sphere to talk about, get people to talk about it, like across a spectrum, but it's a defined spectrum, and like the radical elements of that discussion are completely kept out, and it's framed within a particular, this is the acceptable extremes of that conversation. And so like everyone thinks, oh, I'm getting this balanced kind of understanding because I'm hearing people object to it and then people supporting it, and like, but it's controlled kind of opposition and support in a way. And so like this is, I think, a good case study in manufacturing consent. I think, like particularly for people that are already inclined to MAGA and to support Trumpism and all that sort of stuff, and make insert here great again, those type of people across the world. It's good to have this conversation coming up again. Give it a couple of days and the media will move on. I think, again, the timing of this is incredibly important. It's around the Epstein stuff that's happening. So give it a couple of days, give it a week, whatever it needs to absorb some of the heat off the Epstein stuff, and it will go away. You're right. Quietly puts away wolf costume. Hey, you worried about being classified a furry there? I just like wearing the costume, okay? The news cycle is so fast, especially in the past 4 years. It also almost helps those control a narrative better. Those who control the narrative be better. I see what you did there, I think. Subtle, but did not go unnoticed. Yeah, the rapidity of the news cycle does help. confuse people in manufacturing consent as well. There's a lot of that. So let's have a quick, this will be delicious. I haven't had a chance to screen this at all, but I'm sure this will be interesting to find out what's really going on with Thomas Matthew Crooks after this just being absolutely put to bed for over a year, well over a year. Now all of a sudden this is fucking important apparently. Let's have a look.
New details emerging about the man who attempted to assassinate President Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. The White House says Americans need to know what happened, and so does the president.
We need to know.
There are so many questions out there. And, I mean, you know, did he act alone, et cetera? And it's, you know, it's over a year. It's 16 months now.
For sure.
So,
yeah, I mean, those questions are definitely deserving of answers, and I understand why the public wants those answers, and I believe the president does too.
Alexis McAdams live in our New York City newsroom with the very latest on all of this. Alexis?
Hi, John. Yeah, if you can believe it, it's been a year and a half since the president was shot there in Butler. And Thomas Crook's internet history was full of red flags, according to the New York Post. A source saying he posted under his own name about shooting and killing politicians long before investigators say he shot President Trump that day. But the former FBI deputy director didn't say anything about the negative post Crooks wrote about President Trump when he testified in front of Congress. Watch this.
There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes, to espouse political violence, and are described as extreme in nature.
But listen to this. According to the Post source, Crook's online comments show he flipped from pro-Trump to anti-Trump pretty quickly. So he wrote back in 2020, or 2019 rather, that Trump was the literal definition of patriotism. But then just months later, he slammed Trump's supporters, saying they are, quote, too brainwashed to realize how dumb they are. Overall, his online posts show he had an obsession with assassinations, no matter how you slice it, typing up at one point, in my opinion, the only way to fight the government is with terrorism-style attacks. Sneak a bomb into an essential building and set it off before anyone sees you, track down any important people like politicians, military leaders, etc., and try to assassinate them. Those posts reportedly were flagged by other users, John, who actually mentioned the police in their comments. But the question is, did the feds ever follow up here? The New York Post source uncovering also new videos of Crooks practicing his shot. That would-be assassin was dry firing the handgun inside of his bedroom in his parents' house out near Pittsburgh. He has that Marvel thing, too, also on the wall behind him. FBI Director Kash Patel.
Is that what I was wondering what they were blurring out. I was wondering if it was the gun, but they're blurring out Marvel. Sounds so crazy. Yeah, it sounds like the definition of a nihilistic, violent extremist, hey? I love how they always throw in the little anti-Semitic just to remind everyone who the real victims are. Yeah, like, why did they put that one in there? Hey? This is like, yeah, he was anti-immigration, but also anti-Semitic, hey? Hey? Doesn't matter what you think about immigration. You can't say anything about the anti-Semitic part, can you? Okay. Very interesting.
Did release a statement saying Crooks planned and conducted this attack alone. But again today, more growing calls for a new investigation into the Butler shooting, including from the widow of Cory Comparator, who was killed, saying, let's just start over and look into this even more, John.
I mean, it really is striking how much was actually out there compared to what we were told about all this. Alexis McAdams, who's been following the story literally since the moment it happened. Thank you, Alexis. Let's bring in former Deputy Assistant Attorney General John Yoo. So we've been led to believe, John, that Thomas Crooks was basically a ghost without any significant online presence. Here's what the FBI director told us last year.
In terms of what we've been able to find so far, a lot of the usual repositories of information have not yielded anything notable in terms of motive. Or like ideology.
And now we learn a completely different story. I mean, can you wrap your head around
what's the different story?
We weren't told about this?
Well, he started talking about assassination or propaganda by the deed. It was like anti-government. What's that got to do with his ideology? I mean, there's a lot of people out there that they might be fucking surprised to find out, but there's a lot of people that are pretty anti-government out there, anti-establishment. They're unhappy with the way that things are going. It's not really breaking fucking news, though, is it?
It's a long time ago.
John, it's amazing that the FBI missed all this. As your report suggested, this is all out on social media. This is available for people to see. The FBI should be pouring extra resources into this kind of case, not just because someone tried to kill a presidential candidate, that's bad enough, but we're living in a time of increasing political violence. This is also during the time when we had another assassination attempt on President Trump. We had an assassination attempt on a Supreme Court justice just before that, and we had the murder of Charlie Kirk after this. So I think the FBI should be pouring more resources, not less, into trying to stamp out this kind of rising political violence that threatens democracy and that is threatening our elections and our electoral process.
Yeah, as Alexis McAdams was pointing out, there was a dramatic turnaround in Crooks. He went from Trump supporter to rabid anti-Trump opponent. Here's what Miranda Devine said about
Rabid, bro. He was fucking rabid.
Trump. And then in January of 2020, he flipped 180 degrees. Something happened to make him become rabidly anti-Trump. And then suddenly something happened in August of 2020 and he just disappeared online. Very unusual. And then, of course, in July of 2024, he fired off 8 shots from a rooftop at Donald Trump.
So you heard Director Wray, then FBI Director Wray, saying nothing in terms of motive or ideology. I mean, it seemed pretty clear there's a lot out there in terms of motive and ideology.
Sounds like the FBI should be hiring Miranda Devine as one of the investigators because she's getting more to the heart of it than the nation's premier law enforcement agency. If Miranda can find these things online, then the FBI should have had this before her. And maybe it's the case that this is just another piece in what we're seeing with lack of competence in the FBI, growing public distrust in the FBI, and maybe this is an opportunity for Congress to step in, have its own hearings. As you said, some people have said we should have another second investigation. That's the kind of thing Congress could do. Let Congress...
Yeah, let's have our own investigation with blackjack and hookers. You know what? Forget the investigation. Like, this is the hype train. This is the hype train. All of a sudden, this is coming out now. Like, so far, they really have only just shown footage of people speaking about this, like, at the time. And they were like, oh, they didn't say anything about this. And now we know. It's like, but you had these posts before. Why weren't you talking about it then? And, like, it trained really fast back then, might I admit.
Interview these witnesses, put this social media up, and do it in a way that the American people are going to trust, because it seems like we can't rely on the FBI to get to the bottom of these things anymore.
John, I want to ask you about the vote that's coming up in Congress, maybe in the next hour or so, on the release of the Epstein files. It has come to light that delegate from the Virgin Islands, Stacey Plaskett, was having an ongoing live text messaging fest with Jeffrey Epstein during a hearing in 2019, February, in which Michael Cohen was the witness. This occurred just 4 months before Epstein was arrested on sex trafficking charges. Watch this montage of the timeline as it unfolds in front of you.
This is, see, and like, here we go. Okay, people are speaking about the Epstein files. They're gonna have a lot of questions. People are really worried about this stuff. Like, they're gonna be wanting to have information about this. So, like, let's just slip this in now. We've just glorified Trump, just stoked this this intense paranoia about the possible ramifications of the destruction of the MAGA movement. We've reminded everybody that he took a bullet for the nation, almost like Jesus died for everyone's sins. And now we know that people are going to speak about the Epstein files. Let's just quickly make sure that everyone has seen the clip of those evil Democrats messaging Epstein directly while at a hearing. Let's just make sure we frame this one properly. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump had a meeting with his team and came up with the idea to bring the assassin attempt up again, because Trump had mostly positive social media response at that time. Yeah, it's important controlling this conversation. There's a weird nothing burger string of news stories in the past month or so. Started the end of the ICE stuff / riots. Now all this fluff is coming out. That's an interesting theory as well. Yeah, that was really going off chops, wasn't it? The ICE stuff. Next will be another UAP disclosure. Yeah, that's, you know, it's interesting. The ICE stuff was big, taking front of house priority for a while.
Reduce his real estate taxes. I'm sharing with you 2 newspaper articles side by side that are examples of Mr. Trump inflating and deflating his assets, as I said, to suit his finance testimony. As I noted, I'm giving the committee to
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his, and she's involved in a lot.
Yeah, the Democrats, John, are trying to make this all about President Trump. It would seem that the Democrats, including Ms. Plaskett, including Larry Summers.
If I was Trump, I would just release the Area 51 files. Yeah, do you remember when they came out with the aliens thing as well? They're just like, we are going to let everyone know that aliens do exist. We have we have the evidence, etc., etc. Yeah, they could do that again, right? They don't want to draw it away too far, though. I think the important thing that they've learned about the Epstein files is this is bigger than what they can deal with. Like bringing out the alien stuff, confusing people with other things is like people seem to have enough power, which is a big credit for a lot of people out there, enough power to discern that they want to know more about Epstein. And so if they put out something that's too outrageously off topic, people will just focus in on Epstein regardless of what's outrageous over here. So they got to own the Epstein thing and tell people where to look. So he's just like, he said it, like, it's so blatant. He's just like, look, people are trying to make this about Trump, but like, look at the Democrats. Like, they're all over the Epstein saga. And like, really, this is a Democrat problem, not a Trump problem, right? Almost like the commoners were uniting just to be divided with ideology, kind of like Occupy was. I want the Pine Gap files. What the hell are you hiding in my country, Raytheon? I drive past their factory almost daily. 31 Atlas. Interesting, thank you. Noted. But yeah, like people are kind of uniting on this one, I would say. They're throwing crap onto the wall and seeing what sticks. But yeah, definitely directing their viewers, obviously, attention to what they should be concerned about in the Epstein files. This is what to look for, right? Aliens are huge in right-wing spaces. I know someone that was really pro-Trump / Elon and has moved to watching a majority of stuff about UFO whistleblowers that go on right-wing podcasts. Yeah, fair enough. And it's interesting as fuck, let's be honest.
They've got more of a problem with their relationship with Epstein than the president does.
I think President Trump's made the right call here and members of the House to say, let's just put it all out there. At this point, there's so many rumors and scandals around. The best thing for the American people to see is all the evidence. In general, I don't like the idea of law enforcement information being put out there because it might impede future investigations. But in this case, let everyone see. And what we're seeing now is the amount of influence and corruption that this guy Epstein was able to exert on well-known figures, a member of Congress during a hearing. That is incredible. Or the president of Harvard University. I think that's something we need to see more about in the public.
And again, that hearing was in February of 2019. 4 months later, Epstein was arrested for all of his nefarious crimes. Really is quite remarkable. John, always good to catch up with you. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good
You
seeing
sick
you, John.
dog, bro.
Sandra?
Hey everyone, I'm Emily.
What a legend. Whistleblowers don't say, I can't say that unless I'm in a sci-fi. Interesting. All right, I want to have one more crack at this one. And I'm pretty sure this is off the sister station as well. Let me see if I got this right. Wait, what did I just do just then? Yes. Yes.
It's been 16 months.
So good. Sky News Australia. I know it's been a while since we looked at some Sky News, so this one's just for you. This is for you, my dear members of my community who love going on a Sky News rant. So let's see if they back up the Fox News story. So this, because like originally when I saw this, all I could find, this wasn't like breaking news. All media establishments are like trying to talk about this. This seems to be from the Fox angle, from the, I guess it was, the right wing kind of angle. It's just like, oh, we need to speak about Trump's assassin. This is really important all of a sudden. And so it's come out from Fox. It's come out from Sky News Australia. And look at these 200,000 views in Sky News. Like, Sky News doesn't always get massive views on all of the stuff that it puts out because it's so prolific. But like, people are interested in this one. Tell us what to think about, please. All right, let's see if they just basically redo. And remember, this is just a lesson in manufacturing consent. Is this going to be like word for word the Fox News story? Let's have a look.
Months since a bullet came within inches of taking Donald Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania.
And if you want to really see something to say,
Murdoch
take
angle.
a look at what happened.
In that time, we've been told essentially nothing about the psychopathic shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks. The official story that we've been told is that he acted alone, there's no clear motive, no clear ideology, and no digital footprint. None at all. Just weeks after the shooting that also took Corey Compatore's life, then FBI Director Christopher Wray even tried to downplay the assassination attempt, suggesting that a bullet might not have hit Trump after all.
I think with respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that that hit his ear.
Extraordinary. He claimed that the FBI found nothing in Crooks's online history that pointed to a motive or political ideology. A week later, his deputy, Paul Abate, told Congress there were social media posts that might have been connected to Crooks.
Something just very recently uncovered that I want to share is a social media account which is believed to be associated with the shooter in about the 2019-2020 timeframe. There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes, to espouse political violence, and are described as extreme in nature.
But is that all that they knew? Or was there much more that the FBI was trying to hide? Miranda Devine reports in the New York Post today, thanks to an enterprising source who uncovered Crooks's hidden digital footprint, we can see that Abate misled Congress by omission because he left out an entire section of Crooks's online interactions from January to August 2020 when he did an ideological backflip. He went from a rabidly pro-Trump to rabidly anti-Trump and then went dark, never seeming to post again. Now, Crooks reportedly left more than 700 public comments on YouTube. In July 2019, he was pro-Trump in his post describing Donald Trump as a definition of patriotism. But by January 2020...
This is like fucking word for word what we just watched on Fox, right? This is like exactly the same thing, just with an Australian accent.
He began criticising Donald Trump, and then throughout the summer of 2020, his online rhetoric became increasingly radical and violent. For example, in August 2020, he wrote, IMO, the only way to fight the government is with terrorism-style attacks, sneak a bomb into an essential building and set it off before anyone sees you. Track down any important people, politicians, military leaders, etc., and try to assassinate them. Now, remember, the FBI told Congress back in July last year they did not have any prior information about...
This is a fluff piece for Trump. Remember that time when everyone backed Trump? Remember? Come on, man. He's an American hero. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. Murdoch media at its finest. It's fucking crazy. It like the structure is interesting. All right, this is how you develop an argument. This is how you convince someone. This is how you manufacture consent.
About Crooks. Now, bombshell information has come to light about some of Thomas Crook's interests. They include his interest in furries and exploring gender identity. He also described himself with the pronouns they, them. It's also been revealed that Crooks interacted with a person by the name of Willie Tepe.
I hate that Murdoch is one of us. Look, man, what are you going to do about that, hey? Hey. Interesting. He's from South Australia too, isn't he? I wonder.
He also described himself with the pronouns they, them. It's also been revealed that Crooks interacted with a person by the name of Willie Tepes, who is a member of the Norwegian neo-Nazi group, the Nordic Resistance Movement, which has since been designated a terrorist organisation. Now, Willie Tepes reportedly encouraged violence, using the phrase, political power comes from the barrel of a gun, which Thomas Crooks repeated. Shortly after Crooks' interaction with Tepes, Crooks disappeared offline. I mean, why?
Oh, it's from Canberra. Ah. From Murrumbatum? Interesting. Just outside of Canberra. I think so. Sorry. No, I thought he was from South Australia. I don't know why I thought that. I thought I heard that somewhere. He's a furry who's in contact with neo-Nazis. Like, does this work for you? Next time I see Joel Davies, I'm going to ask him what he thinks about furries and his pronouns. I'm sure he'll be down with that conversation.
Why are we learning this now? Why are we only learning about these developments and his interests now? The American people have been demanding information on this guy, and we've been getting crickets. Republican Tim Burchett has dropped a massive claim on Benny Johnson's show today. He believes that the shooter was programmed.
They programmed this kid, and Kristi Noem and Cash and Bongino and the rest are reporting the facts as they know them. The facts have been buried or burned, or whoever knew is either sitting on a beach somewhere and enjoying a fruity drink, or they're dead. I would suggest they're probably dead. And this is what happens. You claim it doesn't. They label me and you conspiracy theorists, but this is exactly what we see happen.
Now, he couldn't provide details or evidence.
He couldn't provide fucking anything, but it's a great story. That was so good. That was a great story. He's sipping on a fruity drink, or he's dead. Probably dead. Nah, maybe like earlier in life, he's been a Canberra person most of his life while he was not in Washington. His son got married in my hometown of Wee Jasper, right next to Yass. Remember that era where lefties would write expositions on their bullets? Eh? I thought they were doing that recently, weren't they?
For this claim.
Trans Tifa was doing that, sorry.
But this theory, this conspiracy theory, is circulating. And of course, conspiracy theories will be flourishing online when there is such limited information given to the public. And we know now the FBI left out key details about Crooks, his online history and his potential motive. The American people are so sick of being lied to and deserve answers.
They do deserve answers. Thank God Sky News Australia is asking the hard questions. So like off the cuff, he was like really just nonchalant and like over in less than a second. He was a furry. That's what they said, right? He was a furry that used the pronouns they, them. And where do they get that from? Like, you know, when you go online or something like that, you fill out a form and they will ask you whether you use certain pronouns and you can choose whether you disclose it. We found the one form where he's clicked the box that says they, them. And he was in contact with neo-Nazis. Like, that's a hard sell, that entire story right there. It is a difficult sell. I'm not going to lie. Like, you know, it sounds good. But yeah, I'm going to have to check with our friends over at the NSA and see what they think about their pronouns. before I get back to you on that one. So like that's it. Like, I'm kind of disappointed with that. I thought they had like, more information that he was, a furry and he was part of Trans Tifa. He was anti-capitalist, anti-American, anti-Christian, and he was basically the Antichrist, But like, no. He was into furries just like Kirk's shooter. 249 likes. Yes. You are regurgitating exactly what they want you to. Congratulations. Oh, but that was just like what they said about the Kirk guy. I knew it. So good. Remember that a man sitting in the stands was murdered? Yeah, that's the real travesty here. I haven't heard anyone speak about that. Do we need answers to the real questions? How much milk did Kirk drink daily to grant him bulletproof neck bones? I've only listened. Only live broadcast from CNN they aired for his campaign. Oddly enough, ooh, that's an awesome conspiracy right there. The last 7 or 8 mass shootings have been by trans. Don't you think that's coincidental? This was all hushed up. Something smells here big time. Ray should be in prison. Yeah, put him in prison. Yeah. The difference between conspiracy theory and fact is about 6 months, a little longer when governments are involved. It's crazy. The swamp is real. It's working. It's working. It's bringing all the people that are, likely to support our next CEO king. It's bringing them to the fore, that's for sure. Both him and the Kirk shooter have a lot in common besides assassins. They both were in their 20s and came from Republican families, became radicalized by extreme left-wing rhetoric that drove them to become killers of Republicans. Yeah. You know what? It is a common story, isn't it? Very interesting. Clint Russell has done good deep dives on Trump and Kirk shooting, and the math ain't mathin'. There it is. I heard that one before. All right, so let's stay on this line, okay? Stay with me on this one about the radical left and what they're really up to. Because I came across this, and I was like, I can't watch this by myself. I have to watch it with everyone. I can't do this by myself. I need someone to fucking hold my hand. I've come across this guy. I don't know who the fuck this guy is or, where he's come from, but Nikos Sotira Kopolos. Sotira? Is it? Yeah, Sotira Kopolos. And this one's called Forget Woke. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. Forget woke, the left's new formula and how to fight it. So you know how it's been woke nonstop. The left, public enemies, #1, and it's just been the woke agenda this, the woke agenda that. It's evil wokies. The Department of Woke, the Ministry of Wokery, I think we've had. Holds hands to hold hands, take deep breaths. We're gonna get the scoop on what's next. Like, this is interesting. So this guy has gone through apparently, and he's going to analyze for us what the left is going to forge, or what's the next tactic in the left's playbook. Woke is gone now. There's something else evil that the left is formulating. And we need to know what it is so we can fight against it. So we're about to find out what that is. I think this might be quite entertaining. But let's find out. It may just be blatantly prejudice and but it could be fucking hilarious. So let's find out, because this guy's a crosser and he knows what's coming. And so let's see what his predictions are like. Eh? It's not the radical left we have to worry about. It's the radical centrists. You never know which way they will swing. Well, it seems like Thomas Matthew Crooks was a bit of a radical centrist. He was a rabid Trump supporter until he was rabidly anti-Trump. Dun, dun, dun. Sounds like a radical centrist to me. So, like, let's find out what's coming after woke. So strap yourselves in. We ain't finished. Woke has been co-opted by James Lindsay in the woke right wing. Who's James Lindsay? I don't know this personality. Is this the person? Oh, I think I've seen his face before. An American author. Known for the Grievance Studies affair. Right. Oh, this guy wrote a couple of books about this. Let's find out. Let's have a look. What's coming after woke, bro? Strap yourselves in.
Everyone thinks that the biggest threat from the left today is woke ideology and woke madness. And I get why you might think that, but respectfully, you'd be wrong. Because the next big threat is not wokeness. It's actually something more dangerous. It's not going to look like purple-haired gender studies graduates. The next threat from the left is going to look a lot more like MAGA. Yes, MAGA. It's going to look a lot more like Trumpism. And let me explain. The left, they absolutely want power back. And the most clever people in the left, they have been paying attention. They have been watching the political landscape very carefully. And here is what they see. They see that in the last many decades, the movement that has been the most energizing in politics is MAGA. In our lifetime, no other political campaign has created so much enthusiasm and an alliance of different parts of the population. And beyond Trump, what other campaigns have energized people? Let's think about it. Bernie Sanders energized people, Zoran Mamdani in New York, where he actually won, or the populist campaigns across Europe, not from the left, but they had an appeal. So sooner or later, the left will realize that wokeness doesn't win elections, but populism does win elections. So the next left will not be the woke left, it will be the populist left. It will be a MAGA-like.
That's it. I'm sorry, I might have banked too hard on this one being very insightful. Or hilarious. I was wondering if there's going to be something like trans Tifa was going to be the big threat and how to fight trans Tifa, but it's just populism, which is not fucking new if you know anything about history. But like, I'll let him finish. I don't want to cut off Nikos over here and his political insight. He knows what's going down. They figured out that MAGA works. And they want their own MAGA. They figured out that having a political movement in a society that allows people to be involved in politics is a way to get things done politically. And so they want a movement that's effective too. Damn. Yeah, it's like no shit. Elections are a popularity contest. He's not wrong. A lot of cancel culture aftercook. But this time... LOL. But it's different this time. Yeah.
Left. It will combine the key ideas of the left with the populist energy of the right. And let me explain how this will look like, and I will use my whiteboard, hopefully to make it clearer. So the next big thing, first of all, will be a post-woke left. Post-woke left.
Guilty. So good. Hey, let's be the post-woke left. Hey, this is interesting. This guy's got some insights. It's the woke right, which is just America first versus MAGA, which is America plus Israel sitting in a tree. That's interesting. it's the woke right, which is America. It's just America first versus MAGA. All right, let's do this.
Now, why post-woke? Because woke has hit a ceiling. Woke has divided the left. It has think about this feud, this animosity between feminists, for example, and the trans movement. So on the one hand, wokeness gave a lot of institutional power to the left in areas such as universities or even in corporations. But at the same time, it has been very alienating to many people. For example, it's been alienated and weird to working class voters. Wokeness repels them. And you're not going to win people in, I don't know, Ohio or Arizona by talking about heteronormativity or decolonizing the body. So you need to win Mickey the plumber, and people with common sense will won't want anything to do.
Who is this guy? We need Mickey the plumber. Hey, Mickey the plumber, where you at, brother? Oh my god. Give me a second, sorry. I read Das Kapital 3 times, then Atlas Shrugged came along. Here to randsplain and myth bust, visiting fellow at the Ayn Rand Institute. Damn. Isn't that interesting? I read Das Kapital 3 times. Interesting. Fuck it, I want to meet Mickey the plumber, bro. Oh my god, Marx hated you? Oh, I can't wait to watch some of these. This is great. The real reason the left hates Israel. Eh? Tell me more. Yeah, left-wing figures are realizing that we need simple messaging that dumbasses can immediately understand. So good. Scarier than woke. Dun, dun. I might have to watch this Marx one at some point. All right, back to Nikos over here. Fellow, is that what his description was? Yeah, visiting fellow at the Ayn Rand Institute. My God, what a resume.
With woke. So the left will slowly get rid of wokeness. Of course, they will pay some lip service to it, particularly when they are in a relevant audience. So they will still be talking this language, not to completely alienate this crowd, but it will not be in the forefront. It will not be at the center of the campaign. What will be at the center of the campaign? Left-wing MAGA type populism, and mostly left economic populism. So element number 2, left populism. And you can understand this as...
Like, this is not new. Like, left-wing populism based in economics. Like, that is the original form of left-wing politics. Actually. He's got to know this. He read Das Kapital 3 times.
Anti-big tech.
What? I think he means anti-big tech.
And this as anti-big tech.
No, he doesn't like decks. He doesn't like people who have large entertaining areas potentially in their backyard. Sorry, the left doesn't like large entertainment areas in their backyards.
Strong language against the billionaires, the 1%, and very much against quote-unquote globalism, whatever that means. And the left has seen that the appeal of populist figures like Trump or Tucker Carlson, that this message that the masses are against the elites, this message has an appeal. And of course, the left will completely bamboozle us. They will say, oh, see, Trump was actually the candidate of the big capitalists. He gave everything to the billionaires. So now it's time for the common people, the 99%, to rise. So they will tell us freedom has been tried and it failed. Because, of course, they will not tell us that Trump himself is an economic populist who wants to control business, and he's miles away from anything close to economic freedom. So this message, the message of left-wing populism, will hit the voters who already dislike capitalism, because that's how they've been trained, either by their professors or by their influencers, left and right. They've been trained to hate quote-unquote neoliberal globalism, again, whatever the heck that means. And this is why they will be very receptive to this message. So picture someone like Bernie Sanders.
Or did he write those words on little flashcards, throw them in the air, and saw what they spelt after they landed? Like, what's going on here? Is he saying, sorry, that the left will be picking up on the fact that people are pissed off with billionaires, and then it's saying, hey, look, Trump didn't do anything about billionaires. Actually, he stacked his administration full of them and gave them all fucking tax cuts at your expense, or the expense of the common people. And so they're going to platform on being anti-billionaire, which is like, this is not new left-wing politics stuff here. Like, unless he's coming out with some type of, ace in the hole that I've never understood, this is not the left's new formula. This is just the left's, I guess, origin in its economic analysis, its economic gripes with the system. It's basically the reason it exists politically, I guess. This is not new stuff.
But with better marketing and more elements from Trump and Tucker Carlson. And you know who got the memo that this left-wing economic populism sells? Mamdani got that memo. Because what were the main pillars for Mamdani's victory in New York? It was not Israel. It was not stuff about wokeness. I mean, he used that stuff to the hardcore of the basis, but his main message was his economic populism. The four main policies. Number one, freeze the rent, free childcare, free buses, state-owned grocery stores. Can Mamdani or anyone else make all this work? Of course no. But who cares? I mean, since when did this matter for the left, whether what they want to do actually works? The question for them is there demand for such an economic populism? And the answer is, hell yeah, there is a lot of demand for such populism. Now, another element...
So, like, there is a demand for people who want affordable housing, reliable or free public transport, free childcare, and I guess affordable. That's the point of the state-run grocery stores, right? Is the affordability factor. I'm assuming, unless people just prefer to get their stuff from the state rather than going to some type of bourgeois entity or a small business owner, they just prefer the state kind of thing. But like, he's acknowledged that these are real concerns that people have. The problem is the left will never support removing gun controls unless John Brown Gun Club grows like Turning Point USA did. The left will never support removing gun controls. Like, you're talking about where? In Australia? Interesting. This is a weird admission.
A lot of demand for such populism.
Right.
Now, another element we need to put in the equation. What will the left do with environmentalism? Now, environmentalism has been very central to the left, as woke has been. And yet, environmentalism doesn't really go hand in hand with economic growth. So they will move to something that I will call quiet environmentalism. So quiet environmentalism. Now, what is this? So they will pay, again, lip service to things like global warming and all that stuff. And they will bullshit people about, oh, we're going to provide green jobs, green growth. And everyone will be happy. Because, again, they cannot completely get rid of environmentalists. They realize that it's a baggage, but they will make it work in a way that they can have their cake and eat it too. They talk about environmentalism, but actually, we need jobs, we need affordability, which seems like it's the catchwords of our time. So quietly, environmentalism will not really be retired, but it will be on the background. And also expect them to be quiet also on immigration. So quiet environmentalism and quiet on immigration. Why? Well, you don't need me to tell you this. Immigration is a very thorny issue. It's very unpopular among many people, particularly in Europe, but also in the United States. So they will maintain, for example, the border controls of Donald Trump, but without the excesses. You won't see masked ICE stormtroopers terrorizing random immigrant workers. So this will be a relief, so to speak, from the excesses of Trump's policy on immigration. So this will be the key of the recipe. But there will be one more thing. There will be a secret sauce, a secret...
Oh, we finally gotten to it. It's the meat of it. Are you ready for the secret sauce? What could the secret sauce be? God, I'm trying to think. I've got to think like this man who's read Das Kapital 3 times. 3 times. Nah, I just don't know what the secret sauce could be. This kills me. I gotta know.
Ingredient that will make this even more appealing. And the secret ingredients needs to make this appealing more to the crazies, both of the left and of the right.
The soy of it, eh? We are leftists. The secret sauce. The soy. That's what it'll be. Soy lattes. Soy sauce. What's the secret sauce? What is it?
Because notice the crazies of the left will not be happy with this. They will say we want more woke.
More woke.
And they will not be happy with this. They say where is our, we want more oppression to the capitalists when it comes to the environment. So
that's what it's about. That's what environmentalism is about. Just remember that, ladies and gentlemen. If you're ever wondering why there are environmental regulations, like let's just talk about Australia specifically. It's not about protecting the environment. So you can go and enjoy the beach on the weekend, or you can go for a bushwalk somewhere. It's got nothing to do with ensuring that we have a pristine and well-respected environment. And we could value the ecosystems and the wildlife that everybody pays such respect to globally. It's because we are trying to oppress the capitalist classes. That's why we have environmentalism, just to stick it to the capitalists. Fuck you, capitalists. That's what this is all about. That's a good one. Eh? I like that.
Solution.
He's definitely read Das Kapital 3 times, that's for sure.
Be happy with this. They say, where is our, we want more oppression to the capitalists when it comes to the environment. So the solution to appeal to the crazies of both sides is a very strong anti-Israel rhetoric. So the secret ingredients, number 4, I
didn't see that coming. That's the source, being anti-Zionist. Interesting. That is quite interesting, actually. I guess I could have called that. It's a bit late though. Like all of this stuff is really late. Like we've had environmentalism around since the 70s. Eh? That was like 50 years ago, brother. Immigration. I guess that's a little bit more topical these days. let's say since the 2000s, anti-Israel sentiments, mate. People have been anti-Zionist for a long time, for as long as there has been Zion or a return to it. Post-woke, that's a newer phenomenon. But how is that the secret sauce? He's a bit late to the party, this guy.
Israel. This will be in the form of a quote anti-Zionism. So they will say, of course, we're not anti-Semites. After all, we're progressives. But they will use the usual stuff. They will use the language, the slander of genocide. They will call for a boycott, disinvest, or how is this called, sanction Israel, all that stuff. And this way, they will try to expand their appeal not only to their deranged anti-Israel base, but also to the deranged anti-Semites of the other side. Because think about it. When you smear Israel, with one go, you can appeal to the woke left, also the Arab/Muslim left. I mean, I don't know how strong it is in Europe, in the United States, it's definitely strong in Europe. So whatever happens in the US, the European left will be paying attention. You will appeal to parts of the anti-establishment right, quote-unquote anti-establishment right, figures like Tucker Carlson. You'll appeal to the Candace Owens of this world, the Groypers, and the millions and millions of useful idiots who believed every lie about Israel and Gaza and the quote-unquote genocide.
Quote, unquote. Fuck. Damn. Heavy. I wonder if the environmental movement only grew after government started banning drugs and all the hippies had a bone to pick with the man. Come on, man. Like, let's not talk about like climate change, okay? Like, and that more recent phenomenon. But environmentalism has been around for a long time. And like, I don't see a problem at all with environmentalism, like having some standards about how we treat, or we don't deliberately destroy, like nature, basically. The natural environment as opposed to the built environment. So man-made environments as opposed to natural environments. Environmental movement only grew after government started banning drugs. I don't know, look, I'm all for not fucking up the environment for the sake of the market. I think there's a separate things, like what he's talking about here is environmentalism. I think what he's rallying on about is like climate change and green tech and all that sort of stuff. Sustainable development, as I like to call it. But yeah, environmentalism has been around for fucking ever. And it really was the result of, you know, the Industrial Revolution and people having to stomach the fact that we have just been, you know, pretty ruthless with the environment and done some almost irreparable damage to some pretty beautiful stuff out there. I think environmentalism, for this guy anyway, if he doesn't understand, is removed from like climate change discussions. The two are not exactly the same thing, and they didn't exist in the same environment. In the same environment. They didn't exist together at the same time. One preceded the other. But he hasn't really specified what he means by environmentalism, apart from, what was it, the oppression of the capitalist class, I think he said.
This will make up for the disappointment from the fact that the left is going to leave wokeness aside. So can such a movement actually win in culture and win in politics? And unfortunately for us, the answer is yes. So what does this come down to? Populist rhetoric, economic anti-capitalism, anti-elite messaging, and anti-Israel framing, all this can build a very powerful coalition. And actually, remember something else that will make this message more appealing. There are many decent people who will say, look, I want anything but Trump, anything but MAGA. There are people worried that Trump has taken it too far, with ICE agents picking up random people from the street and shipping them God knows where, the tariffs. These things have alienated many good people, or the creepy Christian nationalism or national conservatism. All this has created a demand for a change. So a charismatic...
those are interesting talking points. I think he's analyzing what I don't know, what would you call them? I guess, average people, the commoners, have taken exception to. Or people that have considered themselves right-wing have taken exception to it with Trump's policies, is like ICE agents picking people off the street and just ripping families, children, and women away from their communities, and literally in front of their families. And that doesn't ring well for people that obviously espouse family values. That's been very confronting. Creepy Christianity, when Trump does those things and he has those prayer groups where everyone's touching him and saying prayers around him. And the tariffs, that's a big thing, especially I guess for someone from the Ayn Rand Institute, right? A libertarian type. They'd probably be pretty upset about Trump taxing the American people, the American business community. Again, the tariff is a tax, and it's a tax on incoming goods into the country. So it's usually American businesses that are bringing those in, and they're getting hit up with tariffs at the doorstep. And so someone like him, I'm assuming, if you're a visiting fellow of the Ayn Rand Institute, you'd be pretty upset about fucking tariffs. So much for no more taxes. Interesting. He's giving you the playbook. These are the types of things that have upset people about Trump. Blatantly destroying families in plain view with a secret police force, a paramilitary, basically. Doesn't look good optics-wise. Doing some weird Christian stuff that, it's not appealing to everyone. Everybody likes some basic Christian values, right? I like how it integrates with Western culture. But I don't want too much of the churchy stuff. No, thank you. And taxes? I thought we were against taxes. I read somewhere that 90-something% of people ICE detain haven't committed any crimes prior. Well, that was the big promise as well, right? They were only going to go after the criminals. And most of them are just, working people that are, fully integrated into the American economy. They're not criminals. They're just people that go to work and shit and try to make ends meet, and therefore add some type of value to the economy, the legitimate economy, not some kind of underground system. No, they avoid crime like the plague because they don't want to draw any attention to themselves. But Palantir and the tech bros have been trying out their new toys, and they've been using their surveillance systems, their Clearview AI, their flock safety cameras. They've been integrating all of this technology, their access to vast databases. They've been integrating all of this technology, and they're trying it out. And they are, with incredible accuracy, picking people off the street. They know where people are going to be, and they get them. And it's all thanks to this predictive technology that comes from AI, which will soon turn into predictive policing, pre-crime stuff. And then they'll be coming after anti-capitalists, anti-Christians, anti-Americans, and trans-Tifa types generally. So some of our American friends will be, picked up on the street by a trained private militia. Always the scapegoat while contributing so much. Yeah, there it is. If they weren't necessary, there wouldn't be positions for them in the economy. They just come and just bum around, but they are, for the most part, integrating into the economy. That's crazy.
Leader on the left will look quite appealing to many people. Now, who is going to be that leader of this populist left? I don't know. Is it going to be Gavin Newsom? See, for example, how he's positioning himself as being in favor of construction and infrastructure suddenly, and he wants to build.
Well, technically crossing the border is illegal, so they are going after the criminals. But okay, but they didn't say that. They did actually say that like it was violent criminals, gangsters, rapists, murderers, all this sort of stuff. But like you've got a point. They're all fucking illegal, so deport them all, right? They're all criminals. They're all criminals. Doesn't matter if they are violent or antisocial criminals. They're the criminals that don't have the right paperwork. They're the worst.
Bridges to the better people in the MAGA movement. I think he had Charlie Kirk, the late Charlie Kirk, as the first guest in his podcast. Or maybe it won't be Newsom and it will be someone else. Because we live in times where someone can very quickly come out of nowhere. See, for example, how Mamdani came out of nowhere and took New York by storm. So I don't know who this person will be, but I know that this can work. And for the rest of us, this will be very bad. We'll be stuck between right-wing populism and left-wing populism, between authoritarians on the one side, authoritarians on the other side, tribalism versus tribalism. Okay, not very good way to finish. So let's try to see if there's any silver lining. And to be honest with you, it doesn't look good. Actually, it looks totally bleak. But such bleakness also opens up an opportunity. Because I explained to you who will be attracted by these very bad ideas. But there's another question. Who is going to be alienated from these bad ideas? And these bad ideas, in combination with the bad ideas of the right, of MAGA, it will alienate the thinkers, the builders, the innovators, the producers, the creators, so the men, the women of the mind. And that's our opportunity. Because these are the people who make or break a society. I mean, read Atlas Shrugged. These are the people who, if they shrug, then there goes society. And what do we need to attract these people is a positive alternative vision. And the emphasis here is on the positive.
Always accentuate the positive. The MAGA crowd wanted to stop SNAP permanently because too many fat homeless people. But Trump wants to pay dividends like a socialist. Americans make no sense. Dividends like a socialist. I like that.
Positive. We need good ideas, crystal clear ideas to attract the best people. And also, we need this to be a significant movement. It just can't be, a sect of 200 people. And to attract more people requires someone with passion and charisma and charm. Someone like Javier Milei, for example. Now, how possible is to get this, to articulate this positive vision and to find someone like an apostle to attract masses? And I'm not telling you that this is easy. It's not easy. But the story I always like to say is that it's not the first time in history where the odds have been bad towards the good people. I mean, an example close to home. The Greeks shouldn't have beaten the Persians. We were outnumbered, out-weaponed, out-financed, out everything. And yet we won, the Greeks won. Not because we were the many, but because we knew what we were fighting for. And we fought for something positive, we as the ancient Greeks, for freedom, for the good life, for self-rule.
Did he actually say Milei is charismatic? They did. It's because he saw him that one time with the chainsaw. That means he's fucking wild, right? Hey, what a character. We need more people like that.
Rule. And the same is true today, because we're up against a movement that thrives on negativity, on resentment, on envy, on contrarianism. What is the other side doing? I'll be against that. On opposing the
He's not wrong there. We definitely live in that fucking time.
other, but without having anything positive to stand for. But we do have something positive to stand for. And this is why I think all isn't lost. Thank you for your time.
No worries, man. Not sure if I'll check in again, but that was underwhelming, to say the least. Argentina President Javier Milei belted out a rock song at the launch of his latest book. Yeah, interesting. This is the guy. Yes, that guy. That's the guy, Dr. Nathan. That's the guy. All right, we're going to have a quick break, and then we're coming back to do some, what is it, Renictarianism? We're going back to the, my ears. Yeah, I couldn't keep going, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're going to go back to Renictarianism. Learning about Rennick on the podcast that we were watching yesterday. So if you weren't in for that, I'll give you a kind of a little catch up after the break. But yeah, we're learning about People First. It's an Australian political party, and their fearless leader, Rennick, has established this party in order to challenge the Australian political system after he suffered kind of a defeat after defeat kind of thing. He got kicked out of the Liberal Party because he wasn't towing the line. He challenged the Liberal Party in his own seat and lost, but he's like trying to develop the People First Party, and he has some radical theories, I guess you would say, radical from an establishment point of view. And we're going to continue watching his podcast and see what he has to say about changing Australian politics. And yeah, we will be back very soon. So if you're hanging out for that, don't go anywhere. If you've been watching this and you've been interacting so far, thank you so much. Avalava was talking before. Jag was talking before also. Dilemmas keeping the chat alive today. Thank you so much. Indoctrinathan too. Who else we had? Squeebalicious was in the house for a little bit. Thank you very much. Volta, it's good to have you back. I don't know if you've just been lurking recently. But yeah, it's good to have you interacting again. Thank you very much. Anyone else who's just been watching and like lurking in the background, thanks for joining us today. And like I said, we're gonna have a quick break and we'll be back. Cheers. All right, we're back. Sounds revolutionary, but like he does sound revolutionary, as in like he doesn't sound like he wants to fucking overthrow the system or get into some type of insurrection movement or something like that. But like him rewriting the constitution, that constitutes a revolutionary act in my mind. So, anyone here have an opinion on the deportation of that neo-Nazi? Mm-hmm. I have an opinion on that. Like, as in, Australia has rules about criminals from New Zealand and what we do with people that are busted for criminal activity in Australia that have New Zealand backgrounds. Is that what you mean by that? The deportation of the neo-Nazi? Because if that's what you're talking about, then like we have that rule about deporting criminals to New Zealand, then like, so be it. He's a neo-Nazi at the end of the day. Oh, he was South African. I thought the story was that he's come here from New Zealand. And so he got into Australia from New Zealand. We don't claim him. That's funny. He's pretty much Australian. Let's be honest. Well, he didn't make it sound like that in his multiple speeches. We do not claim him. He is not ours. But like, he's a neo-Nazi at the end of the day. Like he does probably have aspirations of killing people that aren't of the right of the white race. Yeah, I guess. Or like exterminating them. But like he hasn't openly said that. He's like in his speeches, I've seen him just say, look, this is our ethno state, find your own. So like I haven't heard him calling out for ethnic cleansing, but it's just a hop, skip, and a jump. Son and I are butting heads. He hates the ideology, but kind of line deporting him while other offenders aren't. I tried to explain other types of offenders require jail times before deporting. No, it's not Tom. It's the one of the guys at the Sydney rally. Oh, okay. I thought it was Thomas Sewell. Interesting. Yeah. Look, it's a touchy one because like at one point, like at what point do you say deporting is just stupid? And then at what point do you say deporting is acceptable practice? It's a dilemma that you are in, Woozle. That's for sure. So he hates the ideology, but kind of line with deporting him while other offenders aren't. I try to explain other types of offending requires jail time before deporting. So there is a delineation, in the law around this, that like certain things require jail time, then deportation, but this type of deportable offense doesn't require jail time. Is that the difference there? Just another Nick Fuentes type. Yeah, okay. Interesting. I saw there was one of them that got done. He was a Sydney Trains employee, and they stood him down. Sydney Trains stood him down because he was named and shamed. So, yeah, deporting someone based on their political views. Like I'm not down for deporting people based on them, joining, I don't know, a political party or something like that. Like creating the People First Party. Like, should you deport someone for doing something like that? No. But like, being a Nazi requires that you are down with, ethnically cleansing people. Again, I haven't heard them or him, as in Thomas Sowell anyway, openly say that he wants to ethnically cleanse Australia. But like, the implication is there. It wasn't for political views. It was for encouraging hate speech. But what was the hate speech exactly? Because I thought they were allowed to be there. And they didn't breach any laws by what they said at that Sydney rally. I thought that's what the police commissioner had said. But they didn't actually say, like, we're analyzing the footage and we're trying to see if any laws were breached or anything like that. But they hadn't breached anything. So maybe they've changed that. Maybe they have breached something now. Fair shake of the sauce bottle. I don't see people involved in Palestine marches getting deported. First is the new make something great again. Yeah, Australia first. People first. Pretty sure it was for encouraging anti-Semitism. Oh, so they did find something that they didn't like. Because I remember we saw it just afterwards, and they were like, "We're reviewing the footage, but we haven't found anything that it's problematic." I seriously thought people were being stood down because they don't want their employees to be neo-Nazis. Like that's what happened with the Sydney Trains one. But this is about deporting someone for hate speech. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Do you deport someone for hate speech? Well, like it's in the same ilk as like, do you really make the Nazi salute illegal? Like that is, like, you know, that is some crazy shit if you ask me. Like, should people go around Nazis saluting? No, but like, you know, should you make something like that illegal? Like, no, it's just ridiculous. They kept blaming Jews for all the problems in that speech. Yeah, but they also kept talking about the Jewish lobby, which, as you've described, is a real thing. So, it's way more nuanced, I thought, than just that. They continuously blamed the Jewish lobby for stuff. Unless I'm recalling that rally incorrectly. It was on their poster, the Jewish lobby. And they blamed the Jewish people for multiculturalism, I thought. And then they said something about multiculturalism kind of being, what was it? Not just having people of different races, but like having things in place where ethnic minorities start to get a say in the political system. I described it as a Zionist Israel lobby, which it is. It's not about Jewry. Yeah, fair enough. But like, it is the Council of Israel and Jewry. It's not just the Council of Israeli Affairs. It's the Council of Israeli and Jewish Affairs, which is effectively a Jewish lobby, because it has Jewish affairs in there as well. And so the Jewish lobby is a thing. It would seem, especially if it's sponsoring people's trips to Israel. I've watched too much Nick Fuentes and co lately. Country coming first is a popular slogan at the moment, seeing that kind of messaging even over this side of the ocean at the moment too. Yeah, put your country first. Well, apparently there's going to be a rally on the 29th for Australia first. So like that's different to March for Australia first. We'll see where that goes. But yeah, look, it's a difficult one. My initial reaction is to deport him. Who gives a shit? Like he's a Nazi. Like do you really care deporting a Nazi? As I said, like this is an ideology, like Nazism. Unless neo-Nazis are detached from this, but this is a ideology that, as Dr. Nathan is describing, is built on this idea of racial purity, and you can justify doing atrocious things with racial purity. And so, you know, it's just a stone's throw away from these people, like, you know, killing people in the name of racial purification, or at least the supreme, like upholding some type of supreme racial strand or cultural strand or something like that. So yeah, initial thoughts is like, who gives a shit? But like, you know, if you're thinking about it in a practical term, in terms of whether or not that encroaches on people's rights and civil liberties, then that's a way more complicated. There is a difference, and it does matter. Like, to say they represent all Jews is different to saying that they that while they're representing Israeli interests. If anything, it's also an anti-Semitic organization. What's an anti-Semitic organization? AJAC. I don't think they would describe themselves as anti-Semitic. There's a difference, and it does matter. Like, to say they represent all Jews is different to saying... Oh, so you think AJAC is an anti-Semitic organization? I don't know if they would agree with you on that one. I don't think they would. I don't care what they say. They lie. Okay. So it would seem that your position is still the same as when we watched that video. I think it was last week. That the Jewish lobby is a thing, and you are against the Jewish lobby because they don't represent they are not representative of all Jewish people. They're just one particular interest group. So the Jewish lobby is not a problem, but being generally anti-Semitic is. And that's the problem. And like, yeah, fair enough. I agree with you. So I don't know, again, I'm lost in translations, hard to read text, all that sort of stuff, but I'm not sure what your point is. They were encouraging hate speech. And so like, has that been figured out? Has that been established? No, there is another lobby group that represents Australian Jewry. AJAC is a foreign organization. But like, that's not what the name suggests, is it? Australia, Israel, and Jewish Affairs Council. Yeah. They claim to represent Australian Jews. What's a name mean these days? Fuck if I know. It's about output. All right. Fair enough. Again, I see, like, I don't know what your point is then. Unless you're just trying to, I don't know, win the conversation. Like, what is your point? Ajax spraying what? Easy to say deport him, but if the government disagrees with your views and deports you, you should be free to express your political views, even the dumb views. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, this is really, this is a difficult one. Like I said, like, my initial reaction is like, fuck him. He's a Nazi. Who cares? But again, like, if you are worried about it being encroached on your rights and civil liberties, then this is a fucking problem. Like, but what's his status? Is he a permanent resident? Is he an Australian citizen? Like, does he have particular rights that come with certain station? Like, yeah, I think these are all valuable details. But I would say to you, Woozle, I think you said it's your son. I think your son's got a fucking good point. Is that, like, if there are other people that are guilty of the same crime and they are not being deported, why is this particular person being singled out? Like, that's an interesting point. Is this person just being made an example of by the state? And like, should we be supporting the state that just wants to make examples of people? Because that does happen. Law enforcement does that sort of stuff, or governments do that sort of stuff when it comes to enforcement of regulations. They bring in a new rule and then they nab one person with no intention of nabbing everyone, but they just want to do that just to kind of scare everybody else. And then like, it gets some PR, the media talks about it, and then everybody in the community or everyone in society understands, oh, this is a law, oh shit, and then they know not to do it, but they only ever do it to, like, as an example. No, I'm saying what I do has a clear distinction to separate Jewish people as a religion and a culture from the output of Israel, and it representing all Jews. It does not to say It does not. To say it does, like Ajax and these Nazis do, is anti-Semitic. No, I'm saying what I do has a clear distinction to separate Jewish people as a religion and a culture from the output of Israel and it representing all Jews. It does not to say it does, like Ajax and these Nazis do, is anti-Semitic. I'm sorry, I don't get it. Apologies. I am trying, honestly. Hi, off topic, but apparently Trump is pulled up in the White House and blasting Phantom of the Opera. Everyone can hear it outside. It's so camp. He's not beating the gay allegations with this and the whole blowing Bubba thing. Huh? That's interesting. Well, are you serious? He's holed up in the White House blasting Phantom of the Opera? Interesting. His point about people of similar situation doing other crimes, the internet fails to mention. They need to do their time first. It was about people of similar situation doing other crimes. The internet fails to mention they need to do their time first. Okay. Ari Bubba. I read there was also a horse called Bubba. Interesting. Gross. That's fucking even worse, isn't it? Interesting. The plot thickens. Okay. The plot thickens. All right. Let us do this renectarianism.
Preserve our body. So,
Yeah.
there'll be foreign
Right.
or
They just replace the wheel sometimes.
Yeah.
To use my own analogy.
Yes.
But so what they've said that where does the interest come to stop a law? So you said it was a foreign treaty.
Yeah. So you'll sign a foreign treaty to say you shouldn't build a dam,
Right.
or so they will then use that foreign treaty because they've signed a foreign treaty to say we've got to preserve X number of birds, we've got to preserve our body. So there'll be biodiversity treaties.
So they're just using it to
cultural treaties,
plug and play, right?
Yeah, cultural treaties, all these things. So they use the treaties to override the powers of the state.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you. No, I got it. I got it. Be the right timing as the prawn library went wild with animals and people around that time. You mean like back in the day when Trump and Bubba were hanging out, right? Sorry, and Israel doesn't make that differentiation, nor do these Nazis or Ajax. I make it clear that it's about Zionism as a political ideology and an imperial project, not the Jewish people. That's why saying Ajax and Israel are representatives of the Jews around the world is anti-Semitic. Fair enough. And like, I see your point, but again, I don't think Ajax sees it that way. I don't think Ajax thinks it's anti-Semitic. I don't think it thinks that at all. I think they probably think they are very pro-Semitic. Do you think Hillary sat in the cuck chair and watched? We came, we saw, he blew, cackle, cackle, cackle. Mine. Hard one to sell as a streamer who sits. Oh shit, wow. I can lip read? I think Trump Phantom of the Opera overwhelmed your electronics. Yeah, I know, right? I had a dropout. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, look, I understand the whole same Ajax that's denying the genocide of Palestinian Semites. Yeah, I don't care. Fair enough. Fair enough. Again, like I'm not sure what your point is in regards to what like was happening with the NSN rally. Like exactly. Like if you don't think Ajax is representative of the Jewish people and thus they are anti-Semitic for assuming that position, then like, you know, fair enough. That's a good call. I'm just trying to tie it back to originally what we were talking about with the NSN. Just trying to understand. All right. Let us listen to some, I keep wanting to say Ricardian, but it's Rennictarian philosophy, shall we?
Wow. So, and it's set a precedent from that all the way back. I'm not just use that as a precedent. Yeah. And sometimes precedents need to be re-precedented.
Absolutely. So what
different time.
So you need now. I mean, the problem with this one though is that was an interpretation. So
sorry, you said I did the same thing when I called them out. No, I said you called out. Like we were watching the video, and I said something like, "Who is this Jewish lobby that they're so pissed off about?" And then you put up the Ajax thing. You're like, "This is the one that they're upset about," or "This is the one that they're probably talking about." And then you pointed us in the direction of Ajax. I didn't call you anti-Semitic. You pointed out who they were speaking about. Because like we were trying to figure out exactly who they were pinpointing, and you were like, "Here, this is the lobby they're speaking about." And it seems that, you know, you guys have the same gripes about the Jewish lobby. You don't like the fact that they exist and speak for all Jews, and then they don't like the fact that there is a... I thought you were comparing that to them calling out Ajax. No, as in like, they were speaking about the Jewish lobby. I thought they were speaking more about the Jewish lobby as opposed to Jews in general. Like their whole speech seemed to be about the Jewish lobby has taken over this country, blah, 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 blah. And so like they were just harping on about how Australia's been sold out and all that sort of stuff. And like they were saying like, what was it, $130 million of taxpayer money has been given over, all thanks to the Jewish lobby. And like you were like, this is the Jewish lobby that they were speaking about. Yeah, I'm not comparing the two of you. Definitely not. What this? Avalavo. Communist mayor of New York City, Zoran Kwame Mandani, has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place at the Oval Office on Friday, November 21st. Further details to follow. Oh man, he must be lapping that up. Lapping that up. Eh? I wonder what's going on with Mamdani as well. Eh? He wants to meet with the big boss. Eh? He's a brave boy. He's a brave boy.
Section 76(1) of the Constitution, the High Court gets to make a judgment on the interpretation of the Constitution, right? Because sometimes these things end up being vague. The aviation case being a classic example, right? So it's not that easy, I don't think. I don't know whether you'd have to have a referendum to change the Constitution, or you'd need to go back to court and then get the High Court to somehow override the Franklin Dam decision, or whether you could do it through legislation.
There should be. I don't know if legislation's the way for everything moving forward. There's so much legislation that just
over legislation,
and they just keep fucking the other one up. Is there some sort of? I know we've gone off topic, but this is just my brain. I find it interesting. Is there some sort of way to go? Well, in that context, obviously, we're nearly 100 years later. There's a complete different context.
Yes,
there's a
there
complete
is.
different international relations. There's different resources, new technology. Like there should be some sort of like logic applied.
Yeah, so the solution is you've got to have another Federation Convention. So that, they had the Federation Convention in the 1890s to sort of get the states to come together.
Yeah.
We need to have another one.
Yeah.
And we need to basically fix the inherent ambiguous responsibilities between state and federal governments, the vertical fiscal imbalance. So there's two sections to this. There's two parts of this. A lot of this stuff you wouldn't even need to touch the Constitution.
Yep.
You'd just say, right, let's use some common sense here. We don't need two education departments. We don't need two health departments. Let's give health to the feds. I mean, the state governments, the feds already do Medicare, private health insurance, PBS, all the drugs, and NDIS, aged care. So why not just give public hospitals to the federal government to fund? Let this area, like the local hospital boards, run the hospitals.
That makes sense.
So they have the autonomous on-the-ground decision-making. Let's give education back to the states, okay?
Are you a politician? Because this sure makes a lot of sense. It sounds logical.
This is one of our policies. And then what we're going to do is that would make the states $20 billion better.
Yo. What's up? Give up the rock. How you going? We are getting some Rennictarian philosophy, I believe it is. I've been getting smashed at work, servicing capital. Hope you are well for us in your endeavors. Sorry I couldn't attend. You are forgiven. Thanks for tuning in though. Appreciate it. Like I said, we're getting some Rennictarian philosophy here. And we are hearing about some revolutionary stuff. Like, this is my brand of stuff. I remember somebody asked me in an afters once what I would do with Australia if I became Prime Minister, if I became the CEO King. And it's like, we're talking about similar stuff here. He's talking about restructuring the positions of powers. He's not talking about getting rid of the state governments, which is something that I would do. But he's like talking about divisions of labor or divisions of power at the moment.
Off, and in return for that, guess what they have to do?
Not
Abolish payroll tax.
Okay.
Because that is the dumbest tax of all, taxing someone to employ someone else. Get rid of payroll tax.
What's the logic behind that one?
Oh, well,
Just
you
more
tell
money
me.
for
I
the
don't know
government.
where that came from, but that's an export tax as well, right? Because every time a small business grows in, starts paying people more than $1 million a year, let's say they're manufacturing, they got to pay another 5% payroll tax. That's a $50,000 tax just to pay $1 million in wages.
Yeah.
So if you want to pay $1 million, we're going to charge you $50,000 for the privilege of you expending $1 million, which is benefiting our economy, which is probably owned by
and you
someone
wonder
else.
why we can't compete with overseas interests because we have
That's
these stupid
insane.
taxes on productivity.
Yeah.
It's just nuts.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Federation 2 sounds fun, but no way to guarantee that anything will be redistributed in a way that actually represents the current cultural demographic and moods. Yeah, that's true. There's always the risk of Federation 2.0. They just have a bunch of bourgeois players in there that just actually divvy up the system even better to increase the interests of that bourgeois class. Like some special interest groups kind of thing, which is a fair fucking point, which is like why you would have to do it with people that are invested in that system of Federation 2.0 that are not just from the bourgeoisie or representatives of, right? Like Federation 2 doesn't work without a voice to Parliament. In what way do you mean? Like, as in, like, Federation 2 doesn't work without factoring in something akin to the voice, because there's an interest group there that needs representation. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like we're almost at like this illogical point in, I don't know if it's always been like this or we're just being made aware to it, but like it feels like we're at this teetering point where we're almost about to go into Orwell and lose everything. And that's where your solution based, from what I'm hearing, is trying to stop. Do you feel like we're at the edge of a cliff?
No.
And if something gets done,
we're not.
There's always a way.
We live in we are incredibly lucky. We have a country of 7 million square kilometres, 27 million people. Our wealth is what's holding us up. Now, if we're in another country that didn't have such access to vast, abundant resources, we might be in trouble. But we do have time. We are definitely heading in the wrong direction. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And there's way too much government control, and the wealth is not being distributed. It'll never be distributed evenly, right? We're not going to start trying to, equalise outcomes. But we do have to reward the lifters, and we're not doing that, right? What we're doing is rewarding the grifters, and that's got to stop. And we want to go back and empower. And this is, one of our key philosophies is we want to empower the individual and the families and stand up to the unrestrained authority of the institutions. Big government, big corporations, because corporations are socialists. They're not capitalists. Big super funds and big media, right? And that's really important because all those people risk other people's money.
He just talked about centralizing health, all health services into the federal government. Now, unless he's got another ideological interpretation of what big government is, but like shifting power away from lower forms of government to higher ones is supporting big government. Federalizing something that is partially undertaken by the state governments and controlled by state governments who have kind of, I guess, more regionally specific attachment just by their scale and their size, their location in that particular state as opposed to across the entire nation, that's supporting big government. So I'm not sure sometimes when he's saying stuff, he's just like regurgitating like important talking points for his style of voter base who are like, yeah, fuck big government kind of thing. Because like some of the policy stuff that he's talked about doing is, giving more power to the federal government, which is, again, that's the big government thing versus the, decentralizing it and handing stuff over to the states. So it might just be an interpretation thing or use of terminology, maybe. Basically, when you're not consulting with the local reps of 1,000 cultures, then you're missing out on ontologies and epistemologies, far out, scientific literacies that could be hyper relevant to your local industry. Yeah, fair enough. So you got to integrate all of those people. It's hubristic to think that Westminster organizations, what? The suspense.
Money. Right. So the true capitalist is someone that risks their own capital. Now that could be a tradie or a bricklayer that just gets out there and busts their backs and uses their own. Really important because all those people risk other people's money. Right. So the true capitalist is someone that risks their own capital. Now that could be a tradie or a bricklayer.
The true capitalist is the tradie and the bricklayer. Remember that. It's an interesting interpretation. Let's see where he's going.
Just gets out there and busts their backs and uses their hands every day. That's human capital. This false dichotomy between human capital and financial capital has got to stop. And as we were saying before the program started, this left-right definition, that's ideology. I'm interested in outcomes. My outcome is what we want as an outcome is we want to empower families to get, I'll use this word, as rich as possible so they can pay their house off as quickly as possible. They can raise their children and not have to lie awake at night wondering how they're going to feed their children and pay the bills.
He's not giving the feds more power. They continue on with certain departments, but others get cut for the states to run. No, I understand the concept, but like doing that, like saying, hey, why do we have double? Like, why are we double dipping here? Why are we doubling up on services? Let's just do one or the other, baby. Like, I get that, but like big government is about large scale government coming in and like encroaching on the rights of the individual. And like the bigger the government, like the higher up in the chain, the more it encroaches on the rights of the individual. So the state is more attuned to the rights of individuals living in New South Wales because it understands New South Wales nuance better. And like the state is kind of overpowering when like you think of local government, because local government knows you better in your locality because it understands your locality's issues the best. So all I'm saying is he uses the catchphrases like, "Ooh, people like it when you say big government bad," but he's also talking about removing the power or the position that people have in relation to levers of power. He's talking about making them bigger and giving more reach to federal government. Which again, that's why I'm saying maybe we're using terminology differences here, but big government is usually, big government, like the federal government, the feds, man. It's hubristic to think that that Westminster organizational structures are the be all and end all of bureaucratic government, given that we're in a nation of hundreds of cultures and alternative lateral relational systems, i.e., Yognu, Hypercube. I don't know what that is. But like, hey, I'm a revolutionary. I'm all for changing organizational structures, but you can do that through a Federation 2.0. You can do that through reconstituting society, because the reconstitution of society is what entails you to change the organizational structure. But like, in order to get there and do a Federation 2.0, unless you're going to do like some type of violent insurrection or overthrow of the government, like you have to get there through the existing system and then you can reconstitute. You just have to use the existing system, unless you're going to work outside of the system and like be like, like militant revolutionary. You have to use the current system to get to the new system and then reconstitute. And like, I'm all for that. I think we're on the same page there, Jet B. Just restructure the entire constitution. No question. No question.
I'm going to have more time with their kids and watch the footy or whatever.
Well, why can't we be like a Norway and have some sort of sovereign wealth fund?
Well, we can be, yeah.
Yep. How does that happen?
Well, the best. Okay, number of ways. So this is going to get into the heavy stuff now. So we've got the simple. Let's fix the solutions today. Lift the tax-free threshold, lower taxes, childcare back to the parents, superannuation back to you.
Mm-hmm.
And all we're doing there is removing the middleman, removing childcare centres, removing big superannuation funds, and then removing some of the subsidies that we want to means tested to find solutions today. Lift the tax, watch the footy or whatever.
Well, why can't we be like a Norway and have some sort of sovereign wealth fund?
Well, we can be, yeah.
Yep. How does that happen?
Well, the best. Okay, number of ways. So this is going to get into the heavy stuff now. So we've got the simple. Let's fix the solutions today. Lift the tax-free threshold, lower taxes, childcare back to the parents, superannuation back to you.
Mm-hmm.
And all we're doing there is removing the middleman, removing childcare centres, removing big superannuation funds, and then removing some of the subsidies that we want to means tested defined benefit scheme for retired bureaucrats, not retired servicemen. And this is not for the states. So teachers and nurses, we're not going touch their defined benefits. It's not that at all. It's just for the bureaucrats in Canberra who have a liability of $340 billion for about 160 retired bureaucrats, or soon to be retired. That works out about $2 billion a pop.
Fuck.
And that's not means tested.
What, they're being looked after post retirement.
Yeah, so there's 40,000 bureaucrats that get paid over $70,000 a year, and they're not means tested. So they would already be. So a bloke called by the name of David Anderson, he's the recently retired managing director of the ABC. He was the managing director for about 6 or 7 years. He was paid over $1 million a year. His final salary is $1.1 million. His defined benefit is 37% of his final income until he dies. So that's $400,000 a year, right? He retired at 56, and he can go and work. He can get other jobs if he wants it, But if he lived till 86, 30 years by 400,000 a year is $12 million.
We're in the wrong industry.
So we want to mean, yeah. I mean, you guys won't be getting hit. Yeah. You should have been. You should have gone to get a job at the ABC.
Yeah.
Savage. That's fucking savage. This guy does maths like a champion as well. I guess that's in his accounting brain. Unless he's figured it all out already. I see your angle now. He's ex-liberal, so he's not full big government bad guy. But it's like red meat for his base. It would be, yeah, like saying big government. It would be fucking, yeah, people would eat that shit up. Federation 2.0 needs more public awareness and vibe shift that exceeds the vibes of Millennium 2000 reconciliation and Sydney Olympics. That's funny. Like, until we seize them into production, then we won't get our own peace, one piece flags at protests, and have people inherently understand that they have insane individual power in the information age. Australians don't realize they're the bad guys in One Piece. That's sad. I think the vibe is growing now. Yeah, I think that people are across the spectrum understanding of how they're being extorted by the system. But like in the absence of class consciousness, they are easy pickings for the culture warriors out there. And so if they had class consciousness and would like, oh, but like the system is designed in a certain way to suppress people like me, and I'm feeling the effects of that, and this is why I'm feeling the effects of it, because I actually live in a system where, you know, I'm on the bottom of that relationship. I'm not in the position of power in that relationship, let's just say. And like there's all these people like me that are like feeling that too. Like regardless of their ideological position, like what they really care about, if they're more generally conservative or if they're more generally progressive or something like that. This is the effect that we're feeling right now. The pressure in an economic sense is just the result of exactly how this system operates. Like if they had that class consciousness, that they knew that they were always going to be subject to this pressure as a part of this system, and they could articulate that better, I think they their sentiments wouldn't be, like I just said, you know, used within the culture wars and like animated for somebody else's cause. Change the constitution? I'm starting to think Mr. A might be some sort of revolutionary. Hey, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. It's true, bro. Don't tell anyone though. Shh, don't tell anyone. Yeah, but like the vibe is lost without the consciousness. It's like that sentiment is there. And I think humans innately have good, like they have good intuition when it comes to social settings as social creatures. And they understand when, you know, they're getting a fucking raw deal. But like, how do you channel that into an effective outlet? Organize, as Avalava would tell us. You got to fucking organize.
Wow. But this is it. This sort of stuff, right?
If you want to take a quick interlude, I've dropped a whole bunch of sick memes into memes of production. Have you now? Give us your interlude. Let's have a look-sees. Oh my God. Okay. Let's have a look. Drain the swamp. Oh, okay. Oh my God. Can you guys see that? How could you possibly think that was what we meant? Drain the swamp? Savage, bro. Another day, another banger. Look at that. Oh my God. That one's heavy, bro. Great meme though. I don't think it's possible to parody the United States anymore. We are now, without any irony or sarcasm, the Burger Reich. What's this? Future Adam Curtis B-roll. President Trump recounts the 2025 B-2 bomber strike on Iran's nuclear facilities during remarks at McDonald's National Impact Summit, November 2025. McDonald's Impact Summit. Oh my God. Wow. Locally owned. Girls with a Time Machine. Hello, John Brown. These are called Kalishnikovs. Boys with a Time Machine. Hello, John Brown. These are Kalishnikovs. Interesting. Tell me more about John Brown. Avalava. Yeah, what about, hey man, you're going to love being alive. The entire economic system is based on the idea that things get more and more expensive every year. And if you don't find a way to make more money and take on more responsibility every year, your quality of life will get worse and worse as your body also starts to crumble. Far out. That's a savage realization, that is. Wake up, superstar. Capitalism demands your sacrifice. Yeah. Look at that. As far as the eye can see. It's very much like that, isn't it? That's right. Get in line and service capital. Yes, good. Should we house the homeless? Hell no. Lock them up for being poor. Now we're talking. Oh, so house them, but it's the most expensive way possible. Anarcho-capitalist. Take that. But in the most expensive way possible. Hey, it's good for the market. Trump, when he's around murderers, rapists, child rapists, fraudsters, dictators, and oligarchs. Oh my God. This is humiliating. Elon has programmed Grok to say he's lean and muscular with extensive martial arts training that he used to do no-rules street fights. That photo catches Elon in a rare downtime moment on a yacht, wet from the sea and lounging, which can accentuate a bit of natural padding around the midsection. Overall, his frame stays lean and wiry from relentless energy expenditure, not gym-sculpted bulk. Snapshots like this highlight... Oh my God, is this legit? This is the problem with large language models, right? What biases they put into them originally, what they're allowed to talk about. Elon trained in judo. What's that? Kyokushin karate, full contact, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and even no-rules street fighting during his youth. As he tweeted, he's done impromptu sessions with black belts like Lex Friedman and John Dana, ramping up for the... No formal records exist for Elon's informal street scraps in youth, as they weren't tracked bouts, but survival clashes amid South Africans' violence. He's recounted several severe beatings, like one hospitalizing. This is humiliating. Trump's ballroom. Clinton's ballroom. Oh, you like freedom? Name 1,000 U.S. military bases and secret international torture sites. Fuck. That one's heavy. When you let a car merge in front of you, but they don't wave thank you. What's this about? What's this about? Can you explain this one? What's going on here? It looks good, emo, though, doesn't it? Looks great. The John Brown meme is the kind of stuff I get on my feed, lol. I don't understand the reference. We didn't even get a Treaty of Waitangi analog. Or So things are gonna be like, don't mention the war until people are like, oh, this is why I get to shop at H&M and have my mango magic boost juice. Colony is like the cordyceps of capitalism, which wouldn't have spread without mercantile guilds trying to compete against feudal lords till it spilt overseas. Interesting. Interesting. All right. You have some explaining to do, Avalava. I think it's just a call out of his emo look. Okay. Maybe there is more to it, but I'm not privy of. Okay. He just looked good as an emo, though. I'll give him that. Like, we still have lawns arbitrarily as a throwback to show that we don't need to grow crops, but we're too shy to be on a front lawn because we might think... Wait. We're too shy to be on a front lawn because then we might have to talk to our neighbors. Interesting. Very interesting.
And then remember, most of these people, retired bureaucrats, live in Canberra, the same lot that voted yes to the voice when everyone else didn't, right? So it's not going to hurt us politically to go after these guys. We're going to get rid of subsidies for renewables. And the other thing Treasury don't do is they don't model secondary impacts when it comes to tax cuts, which is yet again discrimination against the battlers, because they assume if you give $1 tax cut to someone, none of that comes back to Treasury in the next 12 months. That's rubbish. If you're on 50 grand a year and you're struggling to make ends meet and inflation's going up by 5% a year, that extra $1,000 you might get as a tax cut, you're going to spend that just to stay alive. And that's what we want to do. Like, anyone that gets out of bed and puts their nose to the grindstone, and especially on those low income earners, when they could be sitting at home smoking dope and on the dole and probably getting paid as much, mate, they're the guys who've got to help the most. I grew up working in sheep yards and cover yards on the farm, picking fruit.
The New Zealand dream, they call that.
But I worked just as hard in those jobs, if not harder, than I did once I got into corporate world and stuff like that. And those guys are the ones that keep the wheels turning.
To play devil's advocate, would that person, David Anderson, would he argue that he's busted his ass for all those years and he's worked, 200 hours a week? And
that's why I got paid $1 million a year. Can't have it both ways. You can't get paid $1 million a year and then expect. We don't get in the private sector. And by the way, that stopped for politicians at 2004.
Right.
So you can thank Mark Latham for that. Mark Latham did that because that liability would be over $500 million now. Sorry, $500 billion now if Mark Latham didn't kibosh it.
And it's for such a small number of population. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's not means tested. I mean, a lot of these people would be multimillionaires. I mean, people like Kevin Rudd, Joe Hockey, they became ambassadors to the United States.
Yeah.
These guys
I heard Kevin was pretty well liked by the United States.
and they've got all these cushy jobs after politics anyway.
That's where we feel there's such a gap between your everyday man and the politician. They've got no fucking idea. You're one of the only ones that actually speak and have some sort of grip on a bridge between the working class and then they're not elite, but the people that are in power that don't give a fuck because they've got their job, they're looked after, and as long as they do what looks after their back.
Well, and we were.
Hell yeah. Help the stoners. Get them a UBI so they can DJ at Westfield. John Brown was an American gun maker. Gun culture memes are pretty esoteric. We got a different John Brown going on over here. Let's have a look at this one. Hey, look at this John Brown. John Brown, American abolitionist. John Brown was an American abolitionist in the decades preceding the Civil War. Interesting. First reaching national prominence in the 1850s for his radical abolitionism and fighting in Bleeding, Kansas. Brown was captured, tried, and executed by the Commonwealth of Virginia for a raid and incitement of a slave rebellion at Harper's Ferry. So give him some Kalashnikovs, see what happens this time. Brown was profoundly influenced by the Puritan faith of his upbringing. He believed that he was an instrument of God, raised to strike down the death blow to slavery in the United States. A sacred obligation. Far out. What a HK, bro. What a fucking HK. What a HK, bro. My roommate had a diploma in jazz studies, and the only job he could get was to do lounge music in the brass section at Maya. Not a bad place to have a go on the piano.
Cursed and fucking told we were conspiracy theorists by calling out people like Mark McGowan for being loyal to the resources industry, and they would say, you just don't like him because of his COVID restrictions and stuff. No, like he's prioritising these people, not really helping, and prioritising the people he's actually been voted in by. And then he's steps into a nice cushy job in how many different consulting jobs in the resources industry he gets. And that's a perfect example, but there's plenty of those examples.
And it's perfect timing that you're on, because I've been saying to Branchy the last 2 months is like, well, fuck, what can we do?
Yeah.
Like, what can we do? It's going to happen. It's helpless. And
well, no, you can do something. Join the party.
Yeah.
Just, and remember, the world doesn't change, it evolves. Right? So it's just that incremental, I've got a little thing on my phone that says 1.01 to the power of 365, right, implying number of days a year. It ends up being like 40, whereas 0.99 to the power of 365 ends up being 0.03. The point is that you just add on a little bit every day, and you just keep grinding and add on.
I guess my fear is, because we are fed the media, we are fed by 8%, is you feel like there's...
Ireland is apparently giving artists a UBI. Hey, I wonder if it's a result of their new president. I wonder if she's got anything to do with that.
There's legislation being put in place to stop all of the people having any more power. Like it feels like they're trying to block anything that the ground roots try to do. Like, what was the thing that went through where they limited how much donations you can get per person?
The donations.
It essentially just becomes like a two-party system, and you just feel hopeless,
Yeah, but don't let the fear. They do that to try and grind you down and destroy your willpower. Don't do it. Just push back and say, no, we're not going to be beaten.
Well, there's a definite concern within the general population. I think it's 82%. I've seen Punters Politics comment on this. 82% of people in Australia don't want to see lobbying and politicians, people paying for access.
We're banning paid lobbying, period.
Okay.
I mean,
so
volunteer lobbying is okay. So, for example, we had, I used to see them every year when they came down, mothers who would fly to Canberra. They were from the Isolated Children's Association. So these were people that lived in rural Australia whose parent, they had to pay to send their kids to boarding school, and it cost a fortune. So they get a little bit of an allowance for that. They'd always come down and put their case forward. I'd always see them. But they were genuine volunteers. There was another lady, I can't remember the name of the...
You got to love that. Is that his platform? You are our official spokesperson for the Redactarian view here, dilemmas. But is that legitimate? He is against any form of government lobbying? That's some pretty crazy shit. I'm all over that like a rash. Hey, get rid of fucking government lobbying. Fuck the lobbies. Did you hear that that Sydney architecturally was made to be anti-democratic in its design documents? That's why we don't have a plaza that could foment public revolution. That's fucking crazy. That's really interesting. Wow. It is rather interesting, actually. Like the closest you could have to that is like, oh God, what's it called? Martin Place. That's the closest you've got to something like that. That's crazy. Anti-democratic. People forget Sydney was planned in the context of a Navy military dictatorship. Yeah.
Fun, but her sister died from cancer. She'd come down. Like they were good people who were lobbying for the good reasons. It's when you have these slimy bastards behind closed doors getting paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
And they're usually ex-ministers, and they go straight to the bureaucrats. They don't even go because the bureaucrats will give that advice to the minister, and the minister not knowing what to do will just be told what to do by the bureaucrat.
Yeah.
Right, but paid lobbying is the one you want to stop.
So, and for people that don't know what that means, lobbying is when you have an interest, you're bringing it to Parliament or ministers or government.
Well, it's where you're taking payment from a corporation or some entity to basically then go and lobby a minister or someone. Yeah.
And not necessarily having to declare that you've been paid by.
Well, you have to declare you're a lobbyist, but they don't have to declare how much.
Pretty crazy thing, man. That's some revolutionary shit right there. Not like ultimately revolutionary, but like being someone who is against lobbying. I I would say it would deny the rights of not just the corporate sector, let's just say any type of private interest that has enough monetary power, like cutting them off from being able to get access to politicians or to like pay to play, let's call it. They'll still have access to them, but paying to play, that's interesting. They can shut down protests in parks because it's not made for protests. But what else is a plaza other than a human gathering? Yeah, it's crazy. It's rather anti-liberal, like in the sense of liberal societies that were put up, that were established, right? Liberal societies were ones where not only do you have free association, but you have the right to assemble. And so, like, if you don't have places of assembly for the public to express themselves, then yeah, it is a society that is anti-liberal. Arab Spring, Ukraine, so many countries wouldn't have revolutionized without plaza protests. Interesting.
They're being paid.
Okay, right.
So I would have loved to have seen how much Pfizer was paying.
Everyone.
So I think Michael Photius, he's a well-known Liberal Party lobbyist. He, is it Premier State or State Street? Oh, no, it's not State Street. Premier State, or he runs a lobbying firm, and Pfizer was one of his clients.
Wow.
Throughout COVID. Now, I'd have loved to have known how much Pfizer was paying in lobbying fees.
Yeah.
And here's the dumb thing, though. What these political parties don't get is the two majors is that if they're paying, Pfizer's paying the lobbyist, it's actually cutting their grass in terms of their fundraising potential, right? Not that you want to be taking money from corporations for that, but so it's all behind the closed doors. So this is how it's bad.
Yeah. And then so that lends, the COVID is that perfect example, and the idea that. Well, and I don't know how this was just rushed through, this bill with the Australian CDC. That's concerning, having a centralised authority over
absolutely.
The whole of Australia's health decisions and what we want to do. Yeah. The lobbying is a perfect example. Can that be influenced? Donations?
Explain that, because is CDC centralised digital currency?
No.
Centre for Disease Control.
They're creating an Australian one.
But then doesn't that go in direct conflict with what we said, that the federal should have control, and then you give the states?
Yeah, well, we don't have a choice.
Local boards the autonomy. I mean, ultimately, you trust your doctor, and health advice should be used to. Well, I think if they weren't being leaned upon by APRA, they probably, most of them you could trust. I mean, you're always going to get bad eggs in there, right? But I think anyone that goes through the pain of doing a medical degree, taking on 100,000 plus in HECS debt, then another 2 years, what do they call it, becoming a registrar or whatever, and then, some of them become a specialist. I mean, I remember I went overseas when I was 23, came back when I was 30, I had 7 years overseas, and then caught up with a mate I hadn't seen in a while, and he became a dermatologist. He was still studying in his early 30s to become a dermatologist, and I just said, shit, Brad, I'm not in 85 countries, mate, what are you doing? And literally, and I had 2 cracks to become this specialist. I mean, look, and my mum was a nurse, right? I know how hard she works as a shift worker. They have to deal with sick people, dying people. It's it's not. I've got so much respect for our teachers and nurses.
Oh yeah. First responders in general.
Absolutely. So the last thing you want are these bloody bureaucrats, these hammers looking for nails, breathing all over these people. And this is what happened in COVID. I mean, I spoke to so many medical professionals that were
hammers looking for nails. So good.
Basically being threatened with their careers. And, I as an accountant, I mean, I grew up on the farm, but I became a bookkeeper. I could move around and go into different industries. If you're in the nursing industry, that's it. There's no other industry you can go into. And especially if you're a doctor, you've spent, the best part of your youth, possibly, a couple $100,000 on HECS. Plus, say if you bought a GP practice, $1 million. These guys have got a lot of debt. They've devoted their life to helping people, and then you've got these scum-sucking bureaucrats coming over, and I've been told that APRA is just full of corporate lawyers looking, they're hammers looking for nails to pick on people. So look, I know that some doctors did sell out, but
That's so good. Yes. Hammers looking for nails. Sounds like he needs some more sickles. There it is. Hey, get that India. Give that to the corporate lawyers.
I do have a lot of, empathy for what they do.
So having the CDC.
Yeah, so
tell
what's the concern?
Well, so yet again, if you've suddenly got this CDC, first though, they're like the RBA, they're an independent statutory authority.
Right.
So they're going to be sort of standalone and separate from the influence of the minister.
An answer to nobody.
Answer to nobody, which is kind of what ARPA is now, right? And then then they're going to be leaning, like you're going to have this top-down approach again.
Yes.
Where they give this medical advice.
Yeah.
And of course, if you're a GP and you try and push back, boom.
Yeah.
You're gone.
Because Northern Territory compared to here, compared to Vic, we're all going to have different needs, different
but even
amounts of funding and different...
My 3 children, my eldest son's allergic to penicillin, my middle son's allergic to pecans and walnuts, and my daughter's allergic to nickel. Right? Same genes.
We're all different.
We're all different.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's when I was thinking of my son who was allergic to penicillin. I remember finding out he was allergic to penicillin. I couldn't believe it. I didn't know there was such a thing. You could be allergic to penicillin, right? And that was a bit of a wake-up call. And then the day I found out, I was there the day I found out my son was allergic to pecans and walnuts because you're at the park one day and he was a little 3-year-old. And he was doing what you do when you're a 3-year-old. Some other kid left his lunchbox out and James, he hooked into the walnuts. Next thing, we took him home. I took him home, and this is when we just had one car sort of. And so my wife was away in the car. He suddenly starts turning this bright shade of purple. I basically ran in a pram up to the hospital. Luckily, the hospital was 2 k's away, and I just sprinted there. It turns out he was allergic to pecans and walnuts, right? And they gave him what do you call it? Those things, anaphylaxis. What is it? That
the EpiPen anaphylaxis.
That's it. He came good in the end. But yet again,
Lucky there wasn't ramping back then.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about private hospital. I wasn't even going to go. It was lucky in the sense that the closest hospital was a private hospital. But
How did you find your daughter was allergic to nickel? You had to work in the back, digging a trench in the mines.
She had some bracelet on or something.
Insert Jack Nicholson nodding and smiling meme. Yes, come to the real Aussie right wing. Is this even right wing though? Is it? Is this right wing? Sounds like he needed some more signals. No, he sprinted 10 Ks. Talk about resilience. That's sprinting 10 Ks. That is interesting, actually. Funny that. No ramping at private hospitals. Funny that.
It's hers isn't too bad, but yet again, no, everyone's different, right?
Yeah.
And so, I don't know if you saw this clip. It was an inquiry, not estimates, but we had the head of the infectious diseases for the Royal Australian College of Professionals, GPs, general practice.
Well, this is a good point to ask. What about this strikes you as right wing? He's talking about, I don't know, making life better for families, cutting out corporate lobbying. What is it about his platform that is that makes him the outstanding version of what the Australian right wing should be about, kind of thing? It's interesting. That's very interesting.
Practitioners, right? And an inquiry one day, and he'd never heard the term immune imprinting. Right, and he was the head of infectious diseases.
Yeah.
So you know how you're told not to overuse antibiotics, right? Because the bacteria will build up a resistance to the antibiotics if you overuse it.
Yeah.
That was the same principle with the boosters. You shouldn't be giving people the same vaccine all the time because the virus will build up an immunity, and that was what was happening. It was just mutating around that vaccine.
Everything.
But when I raised this issue with him, he said, "I've never heard that term."
When the wind beneath my wings is just a fart.
It's how can you be the head of infectious diseases? So this is the other thing. You have these and health departments like this. So that poor Kelly, the guy that the little beady glasses and stuff.
Personal responsibility, bodily autonomy, civil rights. Almost like he's a liberal trying to follow the Menzies liberal "we believe" statement. Personal responsibility. I don't know if you can really argue that is right wing. To be honest, you're talking about self-determination, I guess. I don't think that's exclusively a right-wing desire. Bodily autonomy, again, I don't know if that is exclusively right-wing either. like, I think there are definitely people on the left wing that would argue for bodily autonomy. I think of a prime example of that one. And then civil rights. Like, I don't even think like that's not a exclusively right wing talking point. These days it is, but like, is it? Like, what does personal responsibility even mean? Like, not relying on the social welfare system, I guess. But then, like, he's also talking about, like, the need for the NDIS and, like, you know, universal healthcare and all that sort of stuff. Was Menzies pro-choice? Like, that's the thing. Bodily autonomy is the argument over abortion rights, really. And then civil rights, like, people are, on the left and the right, are arguing about civil rights all the time. The left have moved so far left now, the Overton window has shifted. But, like, these things, though, aren't exclusively the left or right wing. The right to defend yourself. Yeah, but that's one of many civil rights, I guess. Bodily autonomy, except for abortion and civil rights, but not like BLM. This is the hypocrisy of the modern right. Yeah, vaccines are one side. Fair enough. But then, you know, pro-choice on the other. Like, they're both bodily autonomy. If you're into bodily autonomy, I say go both ways. Like, go both. You support someone's right to choose whether they want an abortion, and I support somebody's right to choose then whether they want a vaccine or not. It's like, you know, if bodily autonomy is a big thing, then fucking bang, across the board. Like, allow people to choose. But like, I don't think that's a right or a left wing thing. That's just the concept of bodily autonomy. Do you have autonomy over yourself? That's conceptual. Left has always existed. Revolutionists have always existed, and so have indigenous people who exist in spite of or outside the system. This is my definition of classical Aussie right-wing views. Yeah. But, like, do you see, though, like, if this is classical Aussie right-wing views, like, it's very much immersed in what is, like, kind of a general person's view of what are important values: civil rights, the autonomy, like choice, basically, personal responsibility, like your right to choice in all areas of life, lower taxes, etc. Yeah. Interesting.
He'd never worked in a hospital. Or he had no hospital experience. Skerritt he did an ag science degree and worked in the agricultural department at state. Like, he was a career bureaucrat.
Yeah.
These people had no front end experience. So, like, you know, we do not want a centralised CDC that is making decisions on behalf of the whole country.
People that
And of
haven't
course,
been in it.
and then the other side of all that is, right, because, you know, they're well paid in Canberra and all that. They'll get to go on a junket every year over to Switzerland or the World Health Organisation, and then they'll all, you know, rub shoulders and they'll all come up with this plan. So then they bring the ideas from the World Health Organisation back into the Department of Health.
Yeah.
They then advise the minister, who, you know, the last two ministers have been Mark Butler and Greg Hunt, neither of whom have ever worked in any medical profession.
Yeah.
So they have no idea
Yeah.
what they're doing, right? They're completely captured by their bureaucracy because they don't have real world experience, and in particular real world experience within health.
Yeah.
Right. So
doesn't make sense.
this is where the influence happens, right?
And
Because
those-
the world.
This is democracy in action. What he's describing. This is it, man. This is how it works. Elected representatives who get their position and they might not have any understanding of their portfolio, and then they rely on the bureaucrats, the technocrats, this technocracy that is rising and has power. Something that Curtis Yarvin points out very well, but I don't think he knows what to do with that idea. But, like, you know, the technocracy is where the power is shifting from the bourgeois system to a system of experts. It's more that there's more accessible non-right-wing discourse within a cis heteronormative Anglospheric Protestant context that has become more secularized over the time. That's what makes Australia great, not far right, but sensible right, common sense. Not that the left has moved further left. Like, did anyone ever on the balkanized left acknowledge Albo of the socialist Labour faction as a leftist? This bloke actually has no idea how health information management works. The left called Rennick as a cooker, far right, etc. The definitions have changed. Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, I get how like people are smeared by like media and stuff like that. Media, I'll say media. They seem to use the word far right very and far left now. I'm noticing that as well. But like, yeah, far right, they use that very liberally and without any context. But I don't think you can say that the media is representative of the left any more than you could say that the media is representative of the right every time they say something stupid. But yeah, interesting nonetheless. We're going to have to continue this again in another afters, but like I'm going to have to leave it there because I've got to bounce. Indoctrinathan, are you streaming this afternoon by any chance? Let me know. I should have asked earlier. I am not able to stream tomorrow, so there is no stream, no Friday stream, unfortunately, tomorrow. I have a prior arrangement, so I won't be able to do the usual. So, yeah, no stream tomorrow. I'll put some stuff out on socials just to make it clear. But like, yeah, let me know, Indoctrinathan, if we are doing any raiding this afternoon. The left doesn't mean anything that doesn't mean anything that isn't right. Oz jerks itself off that we're enlightened centrists because of compulsory voting. Yeah, nah, not today. I'll be up tomorrow afternoon and I'll have a far right Fridays alt version. Okay, well you can carry the torch then. That's good. Good luck with your far right Fridays, and to all of you, because I won't be able to catch up with you tomorrow. Enjoy your weekends. I hope you get away from the clutches of capital, etc., for the predetermined amount of time. But yeah, thank you everybody for interacting. Who gets to arbitrate what is sensible or not? Yeah, enjoy your weekends. And like I said, I'll put out something on social media just to remind everyone. But yeah, no stream tomorrow. But thank you everyone for interacting. Everyone for sticking around for the afters as well. People have been coming out of the woodwork for the afters. So, Indoctrinathan, thank you. Dilemmas, Jet B. Who else has been hanging out for the afters? Avalav has been hanging out for the afters as well. Oh, 4AS came in as well. And whoever's been lurking in the background, Woozle, I think you were here as well for a bit. So yeah, thanks everybody. Do appreciate it. And yeah, have a good weekend. Get away from the clutches of capital. And until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are